Three friends were stranded on a desert island. They found a magic lamp. Inside that lamp was a genie who agreed to grant each one of the friends one wish. "I want to go home," says the first friend, and the genie granted her wish. "I want to go home too," said the second friend, and the genie sent him back home. Turns to the third friend, and the third friend just says, "I'm lonely. I sure wish my friends were back here with me." A young boy enters a barber shop and the barber whispers to his customers. He says, "This is the dumbest kid in the world. Watch it, I'll prove it to you." The barber puts a dollar bill in one hand and two quarters in the other, and then he calls the boy over and asks, "Which one of these do you want, son?" The boy takes the quarters and leaves. "What did I tell you?" said the barber. "This kid never learns." Later, when the customer leaves, he sees the same young boy coming out of the ice cream parlor, and he says, "Hey, son, may I ask you a question? Why did you take the quarters instead of the dollar bill?" The boy licked his cone and said, "Because the day I take the dollar, the game's over." And that looks like that's all I've got lined up. I thought I had more, but that's it. Those are my stories. Those are my stories for the beginning of the show. Usually I've got more. Sorry, a little off my game this morning, but either way, I just wanted to say hi and welcome you to the show. Thank you guys so very much for being here for another episode of KJ's What Happened. Just to get right to the main updates here, most of you know that follow me over here that I had a kind of a crazy week, but it got better. You know, I told you guys what happened last Monday. Had some issues with the vehicle. At that same time, I realized I didn't know what I had at first, but I ended up getting Bell's palsy, of all things. So, you know, the right side of my face is kind of paralyzed right now. It's weird. You know, I'd never had this before. I didn't know if maybe I'd had a stroke just because I'd had a couple of heart attacks in the past. I've got 4 stents in my heart, you know, so could have been that. I don't know. You know, I wasn't sure. So I wasn't planning on going to the doctor. I was just praying about it and looking up natural cures and remedies. And I just, you know, also, it's something that's not always temporary. Typically it goes away, you know. So I just figured I'd ride it out. But then I had to go see my mom yesterday, so I took her shopping. She wanted me to drive her to some stores in the morning, so I did. And I was hoping she wouldn't notice. I was keeping my sunglasses on. But, you know, at one point she ended up asking what was wrong with my face. So I had to tell her. I didn't want to tell her because my parents are both big worry warts. You know, and my mom worries all the time about me because of the heart attacks. Like if they text and I don't answer, within 5 minutes, I'm getting phone calls. If I don't answer those, I'm getting texts and phone calls from both phone numbers. Like, they really spaz out a lot. You know, I always tell them they worry way more about me than I do. And I even told them that, you know, today or yesterday, told Mom that. I was like, I just don't want you to worry. It's going to be okay, you know, whatever. Anyway, so I left her home. I knew she was totally worried. So as I was driving home, I just flipped the wheel around, jumped on the interstate, and drove straight to Veterans Affairs. I go to VA, and I went to the urgent care, and I got seen. I was like, I need to just go ahead and, I guess, do something about this. So I did that, and they gave me, you know, eye drop things and medicine to take and everything else. So that's what I'm doing, and, you know, hopefully it'll take care of it pretty soon. You know what I mean? It's not fun, but that's it. It's not a stroke. I even asked the doctor after he told me earlier, I said, "So you're sure it's not a stroke?" And he laughed at me. Like, "No, man, it's not a stroke." It's like, all right, good. So we're cool on that. I just want to say thank you guys so very much for your prayers. Really appreciate it. And yeah, man, you guys are amazing. But everything's going to be all right. And, you know, it's going to be okay. I'll let you know once I'm not looking like Quasimodo anymore. face all looking jacked up, I'll give you a heads up. I'll let you know. You'll be the second to know. Either way, man, thanks again for being here. I hope you guys saw my new video I dropped on Thursday, when warlocks, witches, and Satanists come to get you, and there's no fear if you're in Christ either way. That's not saying they're not going to come try to get you, though. Excuse me, it really is spiritual warfare, and there's groups of these people that stalk in gangs, and there are individuals that are targeted, and typically it's a spiritual thing. And those clips I shared in that video kind of explain that. So yeah, I hope you saw that, and that's it, man. Good to be here. Really glad to be here with you guys. I'm glad everything's going good, and glad I got the news I needed to hear. So everything's cool. You guys are cool. Hope you're ready to have a good show. We got plenty to get into today. And then for this coming week, Monday, of course, is my uncensored show on Rumble. And then later this week, Friday, I'll have a live show on YouTube, and then maybe even Thursday, because this got me thinking that I'd like to go ahead and just do a live show where I just tell you guys, I lay out all of the different supernatural experiences I've had, the really wild stuff. And if you followed me for a while, I've had some, even last summer with the bird, I've had some really wild ones. So I'll share those with you. I'm going to write them all down because I lose track of them. And I just wanted to, put them all out in one place. Even for me, just have a place to keep them, so anyway, that's it, man. So we'll do that. It'll be a lot of fun, I think. It's always fun hanging out with you guys. And here we go, man. Let's jump into the first story. This isn't the first story about this human composting we've seen. The last couple of years I've seen this happening, not just in America either. Human composting is now legal in New Jersey. Governor Phil Murphy signs Bill A4085 into law, allowing for natural organic reduction and controlled supervised decomposition of human remains. Crazy. Yep, this is where we're heading. Seen a lot of this. Just a disregard for life also. I mean, to me, it ties in with all of it. It's like MAID, the MAID service, MAID, they have up in Canada, which is assisted death, basically. Human composting, we're seeing MAID. All of this just in time for the tribulation. Oppressed by demons, psychic rescued by Jesus. I wanted to check a little bit of this out.
I was completely shook.
Darn, it's not an actual video. It's just the audio. I was hoping it'd be a video. All right, I'll go and move on from this then. I'd rather have something to watch. Man who visited woman's house 41 times uninvited cannot be charged with stalking in California. This goes to show you how screwed up California is. Total inversion, just like the Bible said in these days. They'd call good evil and evil good. And this is what's happening. Everything is inverted. A very strange story out of San Mateo County in Northern California this week. On Tuesday, a 63-year-old woman called the police to report that a 59-year-old man named Derek Estoris had visited her home uninvited 41 times over the past 2 years. On multiple occasions, he left notes, and on one occasion, he allegedly threw gasoline on her. The victim, 63-year-old Kings Mountain resident, reported that over the last 2 years, a known suspect visited her house unannounced 41 times and left more than 20 notes at her property. On one occasion in July, the victim reported that the suspect threw gasoline on her legs. The suspect, identified as Derek Estoris, saw that. Emergency protective order was granted September 17th, so that's just a few days ago. Sheriff's deputies with the police bureau located the man driving on El Camino Real in the city of Millbrae. Deputies conducted a traffic stop and took him into custody. He was booked into the correctional facility for felony stalking, felony assault with chemicals. Good. Well, hopefully he stays away for a long time. That's pretty creepy stuff, though. Especially after I was the last week or so been thinking a lot about the gang stalking and how they will target individuals and things like this. I'm not saying that that's what this case is, but even on another kind of random offshoot here, many of you know I got my degree in screenwriting. I went to a film school and moved to Hollywood, and I wanted to make it out there, and so I used to write a lot, and I used to have a lot of different scripts. That I still have them, TV shows, movies I've written. But I always thought that if I ever actually made it out there, you know, after a while, if I ever had a chance to remake a movie, there's a movie I would remake, and it's really, really old. I think it's from the late 70s, late, like maybe 79, or maybe very early 80s. But it's a movie called Let's Scare Jessica to Death. I don't know if you've ever heard of that or not. It's called Let's Scare Jessica to Death. The title's great already. But anyway, I won't ruin the movie. You can check it out yourself. But I would take it and mix it around a little bit to where, there's a man who's wanting to drive his wife insane, make her like leave this life on her own for some kind of insurance purposes or whatever. There's a big scheme. I'd come up with that, whatever it would be. And she gets put into an institution for a while. She has a mental breakdown, and when she comes out, he wants to move her out of the country, to a nice little country home, and help her recover, and they'll be together and all that. And then we find out later on in the movie, of course, because there's all kinds of weird stuff that happens to her out there. But you find out at the end of the movie that this guy had gone into this little bitty town and had paid everybody off to do different little things to make her think she was going insane, through the whole movie. So you never really know what's going on until the end. And you find out that a husband had paid off this whole town to try to drive his wife insane. Anyway, that's quite a different route we took, huh? But it came to mind thinking of all this. First, it was Jimmy Kimmel Live. Now The View may be on the chopping block. I love to hear it. A lot of people have been talking about this one this week. And it's so funny when all these loony lefties are talking about free speech. What's happening to man? Do you remember all the stuff they did when they were in power to people on the right? Look what they did to A. Jones. Look what they did to Trump. I mean, seriously, just to start. And then all the other people. I was affected by this stuff in my own way from that cancel culture and just the massive censorship the last several years. And many of us online here who have platforms that use them, that post things, were affected by the loony lefty, insane censorship and canceling. So I don't know, plus it's the end of the game, man. It's like the end of the road. We know we're right on the doorstep of tribulation. So I'm not all worried of, what's going to happen? The free speech. It's like, no, man, I like to see some of these people get it back right now, honestly. And I know the big fear is, well, they're going to use it on us. Man, time's running out, whatever. We know it's going to be bad in the final 7. We don't worry about it. You trust in Christ. Make sure you accept that free gift of salvation, understanding that this is real. These are the days we're in. Anyway, yeah, The View. A bunch of witches. No thanks. Islamization of Texas terror-linked Pakistani group seizes Houston streets for a parade for the Muhammad, they say, for the Prophet Muhammad. Is there a video here? Let me see what I got. Everybody. I guess this is it. Downtown Houston, Texas, though. What a trip. This is Texas, y'all. But, I mean, they've been trying to turn Texas blue forever, though, man. Big red state. Great state. Got a lot of friends and family out there, actually. But it's crazy to think. But this is what it is, man. And you know what? It is the fastest growing and widest spreading religion in the world. And we know it's all part of the devil's plan. Because remember, they're spreading everywhere, thanks to the bashing of borders and the clashing of cultures. That religion that's really what matters about this, because it's for the devil. They're for the devil. They don't realize it. They think we're for the devil, but they're the ones for the devil. And when the restrainer leaves, as the Bible tells us so, when Jesus comes for his bride and we're gone, the restrainer's gone, this will be the predominant religion around the world, especially, everywhere. Here in America, they're implanting. So they'll be left, The head choppers, it'll be They had choppers. It'll be, and there they are. Mind-blowing archaeological discoveries that confirm the Bible.
Isn't it interesting that the Bible accurately recorded the name of a man who lived in this place during that time for those events? The Nathan Melech of Adam Melech, to Nathan Melech, servant of the king. I'm reminded by finds like this that the details matter. Every piece of creation, wherever you look, it is going to reflect and echo back and teach you about the one who made it. God's word must be the foundation of every area of our thinking, especially when we're dealing with human origins. Why are we here? Who are we? And what have we done? When we're going to be talking about archaeology, we first need to define what it is, right? What is archaeology? Well, archaeology is the study of ancient mankind. Their civilizations remain, and this is how you should view what you're going through. And I love also what we're told about creation. It says, but ask the beasts and they will teach you. The birds of the heavens, they will tell you. Or the bushes of the earth, and they will teach you. And the fish of the sea will declare to you. Who among all these does not know that the hand of the Lord has done this? And his hand is the life of every living thing and the breath of all mankind. I love this passage because what this is telling us is that every piece of creation, wherever you look, it is going to reflect and echo back and teach you about the one who made it, the one who created it. It has his unique design, his unique fingerprint throughout all of creation. And science, which is largely the study of creation, we see this answered. We see this reflected where all these different fields, they point back to and they confirm the Word of God. But sadly, you either don't hear about it as much, about how it confirms God's word, or it's been...
Sorry, man, I'm going to move on from this. This was a good one. It's a good one to listen to. I just can't remember specific parts I'd want to show you. But the whole speech is great if you want to check her out. I got this on stream.org. Just look up mind-blowing archaeological discoveries that confirm the Bible. You can find it. I'll move on. I like to keep it flowing. Know what I mean? So, could this whole Mandela effect be something digitized into all of our digital devices, phones, TVs, etc.? Watch this and be amazed. If so, this could be what's referred to as the Matrix. It's pretty interesting right here. Observation. Check this out.
This old phone shows a parallel dimension. So this person has an old phone that when they record with it is able to identify a parallel universe where a Mandela effect has apparently occurred. So many people remember Britney Spears having a plaid skirt in this video. But then when you look it up, every video shows her wearing a black skirt. Except when you apparently record it with an old phone. And then there's the Oops, I Did It Again video where everyone remembers Britney Spears having a microphone attached to her face. But then when you look up the video, no microphone. But again, when this person uses that same old phone, there's clearly a microphone. And again, if it's never been, why are so many dolls and costumes using it? So many people remember Ellie Woods having a pink car and Legally Blonde. But apparently, no, she didn't. What? So let's use the phone. Looks like a pink car to me. Now, did Pikachu have a black tail or a yellow tail? The phone says black, but reality says yellow. Do you remember Looney Tunes with a U or Looney Tunes with an OO? Reality says U, but old phone says OO.
Isn't that a trip? It'd be cool to actually try that experiment for real, you know, and see for ourselves. I just don't have an old phone. Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin, Tyler Robinson, joked with pals on Discord about how his image and FBI photo was his doppelganger. Right. Whatever. Even with that whole situation, man, again, I would warn to not be so addicted to it. I don't know, I don't like the feeling I get around what they're doing with it, how it's just, they're just obsessed with it, you know. But I keep finding Masonic things all around it, you know. So to me, I know for sure it was a ritual. What I don't know is if Charlie knew or not, you know. That one I'm not totally sure about. But there's even weird stuff with his wife. I mean, there's a lot of weird things there, you know. Still, I like to think that, you know, he was a brother in Christ. He talked about Jesus, helped a lot of people. He had really good fruits in that respect. You know, so I like to keep that in mind and definitely not disrespect the dead or anything. And, but like I said, on the other hand, the more I've looked just off and on, there's definitely fingerprints all over it, Masonic fingerprints, and it was certainly a huge ritual. And that's why it feels weird that people are so addicted to it right now. They're obsessed with it. I don't know if that's a part of the spell. I don't know what's going on, but I just make sure that I don't sit there and just focus on that nonstop, personally. Memphis mayor says he got confirmation that National Guard would be deployed from Trump's TV comments. So, yeah, that's apparently the next place they're heading. The National Guard is to Memphis, to Tennessee. And it looks like they're talking about going to other areas, too, as we've talked about. There's multiple already set up states that they're going to be heading into and cleaning up. They're typically blue states, right? But there's more than that. There's also some red states mixed in there, too. Thanks, Angie Bryan. Appreciate it. Boots on the ground. U.S. and U.K. asked to deploy soldiers to Ukraine. Not good. Not good. I can't imagine what young people are thinking about this, because none of them want to be in there. I mean, most of them wouldn't want to go fight these fights. There's, whispers of a draft, if things really get kicking off. But we're heading towards the last wars, so, everything, all bets are off. Anything's going to be included. Certainly I could see them going with the draft. And there's been a lot of talk about them drafting females also, and even putting them into the front, fighting and stuff alongside the males. We'll see what happens. Finnish President Alexander Stubb and former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson have bitterly clashed in Kiev over the future of NATO troop deployments. I'll go and just move on. I guess the main thing's the headline. Something to be watching for, Something to be watching for. What are they going to do? So here's something I noticed I thought was just weird. This is Erica Kirk, and this is Charlie. This is Charlie in the coffin. Allegedly.
I love you.
Some people make note of, they say his hands look weird or something, fingers. I don't know. There's something I'm going to show you here. And there it is. Can you see it? It's the ring on the top. It's on her middle finger, and it's a big G, a diamond encrusted G on top of a gold band. And those Masonic types, that's their logo, the square and compass, right, with the G in the middle. Supposed to be God, but it is God. It's the God of this world. It's Satan, the God of this flesh system. But anyway, I thought that was interesting. Just one of those little things, the G. It's pretty obvious there. See? You can see it better now. They're saying is, like I said, some people are tripping on the hands. I don't know. All right, I'll go ahead and move on. I've got more interesting things on her coming up later. Then there's this. Oh, what was he talking about? Michael Yon. This is just something I was watching. You could check it out if you're interested. Charlie Kirk PSYOP. I didn't agree with all of his observations, but some I thought were pretty good. The ultimate Karen hunts down online extremists in The Savant. This just looks terrible. And they're one of those crazy loony lefter series coming out. Check this out. This is from Pop Culture Crisis.
TV is premiering this new show this month called The Savant. And here is the tagline for the show.
Also remember, as there's a clashing of cultures, bashing of borders, as real terror type people are coming into the country and doing these things, and then also we see on the lefty loony side of politics in America, it's always, that's where the real violent stuff comes from, as we see time and time again. But of course, living in mirror world, in a world that's satanically inverted, this is the kind of TV shows and movies they're pumping millions of dollars in, so they can put it into people's brains, and it's counter the truth. It's the exact opposite for the most part. Here you go.
By day, Jody is your average suburban mom. By night, she's uncovering the darkest corners of the internet. And this is starring Jessica Chastain. Basically, people are saying that she is playing the ultimate Karen power fantasy, where she's doom scrolling at night on 4chan and, you know, Truth Social and Gab, and she's tracking down online extremist right-wing men, and she's going to discern which ones of them are going to turn their hate speech into hateful violence. So I want to show the trailer just to give you guys a sense for the message.
Thanks, Little Bear
underneath this
714.
story.
Hey kids, come on.
What's she looking at?
She's working.
She's working. I thought this was a no-work weekend, Mom.
I.
It's gonna be a coordinated mass
Staring at the
attack.
computer screen, but we don't know what's on the
Get to
computer
planet for
screen.
months. The hunt has begun.
You hit her butt.
What do you do in there all day? All night sometimes.
I track people who are planning attacks. My job is pretending to think
All
like
crazy
them
white people.
to stop those people from doing really bad things.
That's why we call her the Savant.
I love the music.
Snipers, bombings, ambushes. We're on the verge of serious violence. I've been watching him for a year and a half. He's recruiting for something. I don't know what it is,
Crazy white people.
but it's massive. This guy isn't just planning violence. He's out to make a statement.
What kind of a statement?
The kind that history refers to with a month and a date. Innocent Americans are going to die. We need to infiltrate further.
I don't think you should keep pushing this.
Listen to me. They have photos of your family.
You think if you engage with terrible things, you're daring even worse things to happen.
Low
Right.
bois. Low bois again.
Woke mind virus.
More low bois. It's really
What's low
ominous. The
okay.
bwah. Yeah, it makes you feel like you're really invested in the story. So, Jody, the protagonist, is actually going undercover in online forums with angry right-wing men
On Discord.
on Discord,
Whoa.
4chan, and 4chain even. And she's gonna track down the frog accounts that are planning attacks on.
There you go. Right. More nonsense. We get it. We get it. The Savant. I mean, do you think they would ever, could we ever see a television series created, something like that, but they're going after, you know, the Muslim baddies that are in the country? Right? Do you think that's ever going to happen? Heck no. I don't see it. That'd be edgy. You know, that'd be considered edgy. Ooh, you know, but they're telling the truth, you know. But anyway, Charlie Kirk's transgender part. Oh, okay, yeah. So most of y'all know this stuff by now. I think this is stuff I was just watching. But he had a partner that was also a furry, which is a little creepy.
God turned your life.
Strangest videos on the internet today. Let me see here. was I watching on this?
Rebecca Aylward was a 14-year-old girl living near Bridgend, Wales. In 2009, she began spending more and more time with a boy in her grade, 14-year-old Josh Davies, model student, and had many friends. In October of that year, Rebecca's mother asked her if Josh was her boyfriend, and she said yes. Even though she knew her daughter was a bit young to be in a serious relationship, she'd spent enough time around Josh to form a very high opinion of him. He was incredibly kind and generous and protective of Rebecca, and so she was happy for the two of them. In January of the following year, Josh was allowed to stay over for the weekend at Rebecca's house. When Josh left at the end of that weekend, he told Rebecca that it had been the best weekend of his life. After he left, Rebecca couldn't stop smiling. She was in love. But later that day, Rebecca received a very surprising text message from Josh. He told her he didn't want to be in a relationship with her anymore. And then he went around to all of her friends and told them what a horrible person she was. And then behind closed doors, Josh would tell his friends that he not only hated Rebecca, that he wanted to kill Rebecca. But none of his friends took it seriously. In fact, one of his friends even told Josh that if he ever killed Rebecca, he would buy him breakfast. Fast forward to the end of 2010 when the next school year began and Josh's behavior completely changed. Suddenly, he was being nice and caring to Rebecca and showing a genuine interest in her. And Rebecca, even though this guy had abused her for the past better part of a year, she secretly still loved him. And so before long, she allowed him back into her life. About a month later, on the evening of October 22nd, Josh sent Rebecca a Facebook message asking her if she would meet him the following day in the woods near their home. This was a popular hangout spot for teens, and so to Rebecca, this constituted a date. And so the next day, Rebecca got up early to put on her makeup and to get ready and get dressed, and then after she was all dolled up, she said bye to her mom and she headed out to meet up with Josh. Joshua walked up to her, said hello, took her hand, and then walked her back into the woods. That morning, Josh had changed his profile picture on Facebook to be an image of the woods where they were having this meeting. And then also that morning, Josh had texted one of his friends and said, "You'll be owing me that breakfast soon." And so Josh led Rebecca for quite a while deep into the woods until he came to a stop. And while they were stopped, Rebecca at some point turned to look at something, and with her back to Josh, Josh reached down, grabbed a very heavy rock, and proceeded to beat her to death. Later that day, Josh brought his best friend into the woods and showed him Rebecca's body. And then less than 24 hours later, that friend would tell police what Josh had done. During Josh's trial, he was completely unfazed, completely emotionless, and was seen smiling for much of it. To this day, no one knows for sure why Josh killed Rebecca. The only concrete motive anybody can point to is that one of Josh's friends offered him breakfast if he went through with the killing.
I'm just going to give this one.
Yeah, that is just crazy, and just an example of a freaking real psychopath out there. There's even a television series called, is it called Mind of the Psychopath? I think that's what it is. It's on ID. I do watch some of those, but I make no apologies. I mean, again, I'm drawn to movies like psychological horror, and I don't know, it's like I can go on a whole thing about why I'm interested in all this, but it all goes back to my faith, all goes back to understanding the enemy and the way he works through people and all that. It's like it can be reflected in a lot of different ways, but because one of my favorite shows to watch in that regard is called Evil Lives Here. That's on ID. And even that one is, to me, it's a study of some of the tares amongst us, some of Satan's seed that walk amongst us, because typically they're talking to family members, about the baddie, the bad person, the evil lives here, on the Evil Lives Here show. And a lot of the times these people were just evil and dark from the very beginning. I mean, even as children, even the little ones, they were always had just a bad edge to them, so it's interesting. And like 90% of the time, people have the same comments about different people from the different shows. They all have similar characteristics, and one is that when they get really angry, their eyes turn completely black. So that's interesting too. There's a whole bunch on that interests me on that show. Creepiest sports horror you'll ever see. Him. So I don't want to play the review for you. I was just watching it. But there's this new movie out called Him. I'm sure you've seen the trailer. I think I showed the trailer on one of these shows. And it looks obviously like some Illuminati hijinks in sports, and right up my alley at least. Something I'd like to see. But I'm going to go and check it out sometime, and then I'll probably do a video on that and just show you kind of my thoughts on it. But it does look interesting, him. But it's just more of the truth in plain sight, Truth in plain sight. In many ways, of course. What is this one? All right, I'll just move on. That's something I was just watching. Nothing majorly of interest there. Delusional dating influencer puts red flags on full blast. I think some of these are things I was just watching on my own. Sorry about that. Sometimes they get mixed in here a little bit. Chris Pratt attacked by disgusting freaks. So yeah, this is another one. These are just things I watch sometimes, and I don't think it's anything of interest to share so much. What do we got here? The open web is dead. Dead internet theory is real, and we are cooked. I am very interested in this subject, though. Let's watch some of this, because you've seen, I think it was Truthstream Media did a video a couple of years ago about the internet dying, and that's what first brought it to my attention. Started looking into it, then I started seeing more people doing videos on it, and it's true. I mean, on that Truthstream video, they even showed, because typically back in the day, when you look on the bottom as you scroll through whatever topic you put into a search engine, you can go to the next page, and a lot of times back in the day, it'd be like, millions of options, billions of options, whatever it was. Like there was all these pages you could go through, man, just over and over, man. It's like it had collected all this information from all these years on the internet and had it right there for you, but all that's changed now. Good luck. I don't know how many pages you can get through, but it's not the way it used to be. Excuse me. It's definitely changed. It's like, where'd all that information go? What happened? It's just all gone. I've seen it. I've been living it. That's one of the big reasons I wanted to make the scariest movie ever 2020 also, is just to preserve some of this information, some of these videos, because the stuff I'm into, the kind of videos I look for. Man, there's so much stuff that's gone missing. There's so much you can't find anymore. It's changed. So to me, I want to do the best I can, at least even preserving some of the best clips, most interesting. Just put them into a video, try to keep them out there. When I find them, share them on these shows. But I have a folder called the special folder, that every time I find one of these clips I hadn't seen in years, man, I quickly save it over there. But yeah, it's definitely changed, just information, so much harder to find. BitChute, actually, in a weird way, is in a lot of ways, it's kind of like the old YouTube, like way back in the day when there weren't all these guardrails and restraints. The Old West, like you could find all kinds of just crazy, cool clips, interesting clips, powerful, truthful clips. You can find that now on BitChute, the old stuff. Certainly not here on YouTube. Rumble, not so much either. Rumble's got its own thing going. It's typically more tilted towards conservative type things and gamers, I think, to some degree. Anyway, let's check a little bit of this report out from young Tim.
Google admits the open web is dying. It's in rapid decline, and they're lying. It's dead. The dead internet, it's been that way for a long time. But I think now they have to admit it. And it's so funny that they're saying it right around the time that USAID went belly up and billions of dollars disappeared from this ecosystem. I just want to explain, you guys. When you put $1 billion into a machine, the NGO machine, that's not just $1 billion. You see, first you get $1 billion, then someone spends $10 on some legal firm. Legal firm spends $10 on an activist organization consulting. That money circulates and it creates the well-oiled machine of lies, manipulation, and a dead internet. Now, this is sad and this is scary, but check this out. The Verge reports, the statement contradicts Google's recent narrative about the health of the online ecosystem. Google admits the open web is in rapid decline. For months, Google has maintained that the web is thriving AI isn't tanking traffic, and its search engine is sending people to a wider variety of websites than ever. But in a court filing from last week, Google admitted that the open web is already in rapid decline, as spotted earlier by Jason Kint, reported by Search Engine Roundtable. Google submitted the filing ahead of another trial that will determine how it will address its monopoly in the advertising technology business. The US DOJ recommends that Google break up its advertising business, but the company argues in the filing that this isn't ideal because it would only accelerate the decline of the open web, harming publishers who currently rely on open web display advertising revenue. Let me tell you about the apocalypse, my friends. Right now, this video, it appears in multiple platforms, but the principal revenue source is YouTube. YouTube operates at a loss. Google, as an advertising giant, subsidizes YouTube. This video stuff is very expensive. Now, what they're constantly doing is working on compression and audio video protocol technologies to reduce the cost of transmitting audio and video. And they've done a pretty good job. But because of the sheer amount of content uploaded to YouTube, the cost is massive. Very, very little of YouTube's content generates money in the positive. So Google, if they were to lose control of their monopoly, this means YouTube, I'm going to go ahead and say this, probably a good thing. Now, hold on. That means I lose all my money. Yeah, but take a look at this. We're also on Rumble. And Rumble does use, they have their own ad network. But there is the Google network. I don't know if Rumble is buying from or if they did, but they could. Now, imagine this. Imagine Google Ads broke up and no longer was the primary delivery method for YouTube, but had to provide equal access to all platforms. All of a sudden, views become fungible. Now it'd be like, look, there are some platforms where their buyers love YouTube. YouTube is the shining city on the hill, right, when you're an advertiser. And so when you look at other platforms, we don't just have Rumble, we have Facebook, we have X. They actually wait.
I'll go ahead and stop there. I just want to get a little bit of that info out. And I agree with some of the feelings on Tim personally, but as y'all know, I'm more about the message than the messenger. This is interesting information. Just got me thinking about the dead internet theory. But yeah, no, I don't fully trust him either. I don't want to be offensive about it. I don't. But that's whatever. But sometimes he covers things I'm interested in, and I'll check it out. You know what I mean? What a Polish teacher saw in New York schools will shock you. A warning for America. All right, let's check some of this out.
At a very, very, very young age, kids are learning everything, like philosophy, like logic, like music, like world history, geography, everything. Here is just, when it comes to history, it's a very little about the world history. It's all about American history. When it comes to geography, it's also mostly the United States, maybe the North America, but that's it. So that was also very difficult because I noticed that I really don't know what I really teach them. Plus, when I was a kindergarten teacher, I noticed that kids who are like 5 years old, but to be honest, it started in the preschool. So kids 4 years old, kids 5 years old, they learned how to write, read, and there was nothing like play-based teaching or learning for them. It was all like cognitive learning, which was pretty difficult because when you are 4, and probably nobody really remembered when we were 4 years old, this is not a way. It's kind of like we start to put the shoes on before we put socks on. So this is something I learned in Europe when I studied education. So it was something completely different, and that was quite a challenge. But also a very difficult thing was to work with special needs kids. And this is really, really tough subject because I am not a specialist. I've never studied special education. I'm not qualified to do this. But it's not only me, but also my colleagues. We were forced to do this without proper knowledge and qualification. So it was also difficult to define the special needs. So, for example, in Poland, we don't have excuses, we have documentation. Here, you can just come and say, my kid has some issues. We don't know what kind of issues because we've never seen a documentation, and parents never really said anything what kind of issues kids have. So in Poland, if a child has, let's say, autism or ADHD or any other condition, it's officially documented with proper medical and educational assessments. So teacher knows what they are dealing with and how can adjust accordingly. But here it was no documentation, no support, just excuses. So whatever happened, a student was throwing chairs, student was screaming, student was beating up other kids. Oh, he's just sensitive. Okay. Even when a student was diagnosed, teachers often are not allowed to see the documentation. So how can we help a kid if we don't even know what's going on?
I want to share some of that. Isn't that crazy though? Look what the American education system, that's so cool that it got shut down. I'm glad to see it shut down. But how they've, trained our children to be just little monsters, and all these fake diagnoses, all these different things they're putting on kids. Oh, they've got this. Oh, they've got that. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's. They had me when I worked in a clinic when I was in the military in the Coast Guard. This is years ago. This is back when Ritalin was a really big thing. And man, I was putting kids on Ritalin left and right. It wasn't that I wanted to. It was like if it met whatever standard we had at that time, I had to do it. And I remember one kid in particular, when he came back in with his father, who was a chief, little blonde kid, glasses, goofy little sucker, funny, bouncing around like a little monkey when I first met him, and I put him on the Ritalin. He'd probably been in other times and saw other people, but anyway, I got to see him again maybe 3 months later. Completely different child. Quiet, didn't say a word, sat down, just listened intently to whatever, and didn't move. It's like, whoa. That was the first time, years ago, whenever I kind of got an idea that, what's this doing? This isn't good. Because I was a little goofball as a kid, a lot of energy, very creative, always into something. Many of you were the same way. And thank the Lord I wasn't put on any of this stuff when I was little. It wasn't a thing back then. ADHD and all this, right?
Nice, true scary story about a girl who said that.
Terrifying demonic encounters, real scary stories from that TikTok thread. There's some good ones on here.
She went through demonic oppression in the Appalachian Mountains. It is so creepy and unsettling, you guys. I do have to give a trigger warning for this. It does mention SA and it does mention animals being harmed, but it doesn't go into detail. It just mentions it really quickly. But if you can't handle that, then
good boy. Let's see. I don't know if this is one of them.
Up a couple of prereqs, and I was in a class. It was one of the last classes that I needed to get into the program. So I remember sitting in this class, and there was like a group of us in the class, and a bunch of us were all applying to the nursing program. And something that we all had to take was a TEAS exam. Now with this exam, like for some people it was really hard, for some people it wasn't. And I'm not gonna lie, for me it was not that hard. And I took the study materials and I passed the test. And I remember coming to class and saying like, yeah, I passed, guys, this is the book I used. Blase, blase. So there was a specific girl in my class who at the time, even the first day I met her, like if you guys watch my video about me having the gift of discernment, as soon as I saw her, I got that uncanny feeling of like kind of cautious with this girl, but like I didn't really have any tangible evidence of anything she did to me other than just that feeling to be cautious with her, right? And she asked me, hey, like, you passed the exam, right? So I'm like, yeah, I passed the test. Like, this is the study book I use. Like, I got it from Amazon if you want it, like, whatever. And she's like, oh, okay. I will also say this too, prior to this exchange, she did mention that she had been trying to take this TEAS exam for several years and she just was not able to pass it. And she was at her wit's end getting like desperate to pass the exam. Okay, that's really important. So after she says, oh, okay, I say, you know, if you want, like, I mean, since I'm done taking the test, you can have my book. Like, it's not really a big deal. Like, I don't really see anything of it. And she's like, yeah, actually, I'm going to need exactly your book. I'm going to need your book and your book only. So I was like, okay, like I said, I'll bring you my book. You can have it. I'll bring it tomorrow, though. I'm like, I'm not going to bring it today. And she's like, you better bring the book. Like, I'm so serious. You need to bring your book to me, like, immediately. And I'm still kind of like, okay, like, I'll bring the book for you. But I just thought the whole exchange was kind of off-putting. And then after that, I didn't really think anything of it. So I go home that night and I tell my mom, like, oh, yeah, Mom, like, this girl in my class, like, she was being kind of weird. Like, I told her I was going to give her my book so she can study. And she, like, was kind of, like, weird and, like, insistent that I bring the book to her and, like, made it a big deal. And, like, thought it was kind of weird, but I'll still probably give her the book anyways. But at the same time, like, I just thought that was super weird. My mom, my sister were all kind of, like, laughing it off. We're like, yeah, that's so weird. Like, you know, whatever. But at least you passed your exam type deal, right? So that night, I go to bed, it's a normal night, and at 6 o'clock in the morning, my mom comes running in my room, and she's like, did you give that girl your book? And I'm like, no, I didn't give her my book. Why? And my mom's like, do not, under any circumstances, give that girl your book. I just had the weirdest dream. I don't want to tell you what I saw, but I just want to say to you, like, it's weird.
Remember, the witches, they like to have something personal from you to include in the spell, which is true. And they even showed that in the movie Weapons. It's a big part of the spell.
So I'm kind of like, okay, Mom, like, you're being dramatic. Like, I have a Haitian mom, and you know, Haitian parents, they just always having dreams. So I didn't really think too much of it. I said, okay, Mom, whatever. You know, I didn't give her the girl the book. And then, you know, I took the book and I put it in my bag to give it to her. But for whatever reason, I just could not give her the book. So this whole exchange happened like on a Monday, and this was Tuesday, now the new day. And I just remember that morning passed. I didn't see the girl in the class, and then I didn't end up giving her the book. But I started to feel very weird, and I couldn't explain why. Just for context, back in that time, I had never experienced depression, anxiety, or anything of that sort. So all of a sudden, that Tuesday, I just started feeling extremely just heavy. Pressed. It's like my mind would not silence, and I felt very, very, just a lot of thoughts were racing through my head, but like stuff that I genuinely did not want to think about, and I could not stop the thoughts from forming. I also started to notice I felt like myself in an extreme mental fog, and it almost felt like unnatural, like I couldn't control it. And I started also getting these extremely blasphemous thoughts, these really weird thoughts, like just things that I'm like, this is not how I feel, but why do I keep hearing this stuff? And just to not make it like, so that TikTok doesn't take this video down, like I was getting thoughts for me to like myself. I was getting thoughts about God is not real, you're ugly, you need to die, nobody wants you, just a whole bunch of stuff that I never thought about before that incident. Now this continued for days, guys. I mean, this happened on Tuesday. By like Wednesday, Thursday, my friends started getting very concerned. Like they were almost like, what's going on with you? Like, this is not like you. Like, you're not responding. You're not talking. I just felt so low and so drained, and the thoughts were racing through my mind. I felt like I wanted to isolate myself. I was trying to read my Bible, and I kept getting blasphemous thoughts while I'm reading the Bible about this is fake, this is not real, God is not real, you're going to go to hell, and all of these things. And I just could not shake the feeling. So like I said, prior to this point, I had never really knew about demons. I didn't really know about deliverance. I just knew that I didn't feel right and I felt funny. And every time someone mentioned anything to me about God, I immediately felt myself getting into like a rage. So since I lived with my mom at the time, she started to notice like my behavior was off, and she's like, what is wrong? And she kept saying, like, I'm going to pray for you. I don't know what's wrong, but I need to pray for you. And it actually got so bad that one of my best friends called my mom and said, like, hey, I know you don't understand this, but your daughter needs to come to church this Friday because we need to pray for her because this is not normal. Now, at the time, my best friend was already actively walking in deliverance. She was already familiar with it. They already knew the signs of when somebody was getting oppressed by demonic entities. But I also was kind of skeptical and I didn't believe that this was a thing. I just thought that I was going through something. So Friday comes and my friend's like, please, 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 if you do nothing else, I need you to come to church. And if you feel the urge to really not come, you need to come even more. So that Friday comes, I feel so low energy. I feel so drained. I feel so overcome with the desire to not go to church because I just could not. For whatever reason, church seemed like everything I did not want to go to. And that was just so not in my character. I ended up showing up to church 30 minutes late, which if you know me, I'm really not a late person. And as soon as I got in church, I just felt angry. Like an extreme amount of anger came over me. I felt tense. I felt worried. I felt like I need to get out of here. And I just remember sitting down in church and staring at the wall and feeling so upset. And all of a sudden, the more that people started praying, the more that people started talking, the more I started feeling like this uncontrollable urge to just like, I need to get out of here. And as soon as I was getting ready to collect my things to leave, one of the church members came over to me and she said, I need to pray for you. And the Holy Spirit told me to come up here and be gentle when I spoke to you. I just remember this lady came to me and said, did you try to give someone a book this week? And I was like, yeah. And she goes, that girl used that book to put witchcraft on you. And she said, and if you desire prayer today, like we will break the demonic ties right now in the name of Jesus. And I was just like, yeah. And I remember they started praying for me and I just started weeping and crying and feeling heat all over my body and feeling weak at the same time. And then also feeling like just this presence rise up out of me. And also I could feel it leave. And I just remember after the entire deliverance session was over, just feeling like so relieved. And ever since that day, I really went back into the Bible and really tapped in and saw like, yeah, Jesus spent primarily 95% of his ministry casting out demons, healing the sick. And it opened my eyes to the fact that, wow, like we live in a world that is not flesh and blood, but it is purely spiritual, like God said. And God.
All right, I think that was, that's the end of hers. But what a story, right? I love it. Good example of spiritual warfare, how real it is. A story about a young lady just, going about her life, and then she gets witchcraft put up on her, and everything changes. But man, glad she got her deliverance. She learned a really powerful lesson. Now I bet she can go on and help others. That's from that TikTok thread YouTube channel. And they got some really cool compilations over there, I think. A witness in Panama claims to have found okay. So this one, we got several videos on this one. This has been a really big story this week. Have you guys heard about, it's like Venom, the movie Venom. Have you heard about this meteorite that this young man found? And then since he found it, it's starting to grow and turn into something. And it looks like something out of the movie Venom. It's like, looks like a black goo creature, like an alien creature. Really, this is like, total sci-fi movie stuff that seems to be happening in real life. So people are questioning, is it real? Is it fake? What's going on? I got several different videos on this, so we'll check this one out to start.
Unfolding in Panama that I had to share with you. And honestly, this series of videos truly have me scared, and not like ghosts and goblins type scared. This is a different type of fear. This is something that could have worldwide effects. And it all began around August 29th, 2025. A man by the name of Kin found a meteorite that he states crash landed near his home. He picked up a piece of it, a little rock, and took it home. Then he began experimenting on it to see if he could see what was inside of it. He then claims that he exposed it to the sun. And this is when things take a seriously dark turn. something starts growing out of it, something that is a living organism. And whatever that thing is, as you see it progress and grow, it begins moving, but it gets worse. This thing gets huge. He eventually begins locking it in a security case, but honestly,
Look at that.
how big this thing
Burning
is,
the leaf.
how much it reacts to the light as soon as he opens that door, it's not going to hold it. And then what makes it worse is he's begun taking pieces of it and sending it to people across the world. If this is real, this is something that needs to be studied scientifically and in a secure location.
Yeah.
We have no idea how this can impact everybody. Take a look at these series of videos. Tell me what you think.
A nuestro visitante interplanetario. Ustedes están siendo testigos de este hallazgo aquí en Panamá. Me han recomendado no tocarlo. Aquí en una universidad, la Universidad Internacional, próximo a venir a Panamá a retirarse muestras de mi meteorito. El meteorito ha cambiado de color y me di cuenta que destruye todo lo que es planta. No se puede acercar a una planta porque la mata. Miren ustedes. Y cuando uno le pone algo con vida, por ejemplo esta hoja, uno le pone algo con vida, ustedes pueden ver cómo ella transmite como una fuerza. Totalmente raro. Miren. Y no creen en el meteorito. Yo quisiera que vinieran rápido a investigar este tipo de piedra. No sé de dónde vendrá, de qué galaxia. Ahora que lo he puesto a tomar sol, veo que le están haciendo una especie como de orquídea o planta parásita, pero crece muy rápido, pero es bajo el sol.
But trust me, it gets a lot crazier than just the rock. You'll see. Like, it's grown so big now, he's got to put it in a freezer. I'll jump ahead a little. Now look. It continues growing. It
Ha
gets
crecido
big.
demasiado rápido. Si bien, miren que hasta con iniciativa, todo se lo pienso mandar a mis amigos en el mundo. Ha crecido bastante. Ha crecido bastante, ha cambiado de color. Ha cambiado de color.
Look at that now.
No coman ansias, no coman ansias. Todo se le va a mandar sus muestras. Es totalmente gratis. Solamente
That's where he's bottling them up and sending them out. That's kind of wild. Now look at this little bit. It's a little piece. And the movie.
Algo totalmente increíble.
And the TV show Alien Earth is out now. If you guys have seen any of that, this reminds me of Alien Earth.
Me fascina.
Look at that. Like I said, it gets crazier. Now look at this. He's had to move it. It's now in a safe.
Ay, que me tocó esto.
Oh, it hadn't grown yet. It does, though.
Mama.
There it is. Yeah, look at this. There it is. It's in the corner. Look. That's what came out of it. It starts to come out a little. There you go. Look at that. Trust me, I got more video on it. These are from the beginning. Look at that thing. If it's real, that is like some of the scariest crap. You know, like if it's totally real, this is one of the wildest stories I've seen. We'll keep moving. Like I said, there's some more videos of it. Current videos, like the most recent I've got today. Here's meteorite update from Panama. So here's the latest. Here's one of the updates.
Meteorite that crash landed in Panama, and the man who found a piece of it, Ken, had been experimenting on the rock, and now something is growing out of it. And the thing is getting bigger after he exposed it to sunlight. And the reason why I'm sharing these next several videos is, one, I wanted to show you the site of where he found it, and he goes back there at night to show you that the spot that it crash landed actually is glowing with pieces, remnants of it. My question, was there a bigger piece? And if there was, where is it and who has it? Now, fast forward to current day, within the last 24 hours, he is still piecing and parting out this thing and sending it across the world. For those who are saying this has been debunked, it has not been debunked. For those who think that this is fake, honestly don't think the situation is fake. Otherwise, if it was, he wouldn't be parting it out and sending it to everyone. He would rapidly be called a fraud. But the danger of what he's doing has world ramifications. And it's also curious to note that he now has to black out all of the windows and doors in his house as to not let sunlight in, because this thing keeps growing. I'm going to continue to follow this story and post videos as we're updated. Take a look at this, comment below, tell me what you think.
No me explico esto. Díganme ustedes, ¿qué podría hacer? No sé qué material es esto, increíble. Esto me está asustando ya. Me está asustando. Yo no puedo creer esto. No tiene una explicación que yo sepa del lugar donde cayó el meteorito. Es algo increíble. Bueno, yo tenía rato que no venía aquí de noche. Y no sabía que esto estaba así.
Look at that. Like right out of Alien, man. I don't know if I'd be touching it. Let's have gloves on. Look at that. It's moving. Did you see that?
Aquí en esta casa. Lo malo es que no salí en todo el día y no tengo que tener todo tapado porque aquí no puede entrar la luz.
It's blocking out the sun.
Acuérdense que la luz se alimenta de esa cosa que está creciendo.
It just grabs it. It's just so wild, like I said. I'm glad he's sending pieces out. That adds some, some kind of truth to it all. But we'll keep watching. This guy asks Grok if all this is true. Grok says the Panama meteorite story is viral on social media with claims of an alien entity growing from it. However, Multiple sources identify it as Clathris archifungus, devil's fingers, which emerges with tentacles and a foul odor. No scientific evidence confirms extraterrestrial, is what Grok says. AI. You decide. I never heard of that, if that's a thing. This is a really weird video that came out of China, and the claim is that China just shot down either a UFO or a meteor out of the sky. And this is one that's got a lot of people talking this week. It's a short clip, but that's the meteor or UFO. And there's them sending something up to stop it. Just let it play a few times. Weird, right? Space Wars. So there's that. Like I said, a lot of people have been wondering about that one this week. About the Space Wars happening just above our head. So-called Space Wars. Mommy with children in car goes full Karen when officer writes a ticket. I just want to watch a little bit of this. Sometimes these are kind of fun to watch. Here it is. Just check some of this out. It's a mom with children in the car and just does this. Not good, mama.
Alrighty, so there's two ways to handle the speeding ticket, okay? You can either pay the penalty or go to court. What would you like to do? Well, I can't make the choice for you. Because I'm going to write your ticket. And so on your ticket, when I write your ticket, I have to put whether you want to go to court or whether you want to pay the penalty assessment. If you choose to pay the penalty assessment, you have 30 days to pay the penalty assessment. It takes 7 to 10 business days to process the citation. Whether you want to go to court and have a bench trial against me in front of the magistrate judge in Silver City.
Thank you.
What's that?
I'll pay the damn ticket.
Mommy.
Yeah.
Cha-cha-cha-chia.
I'm not going to play your stupid game. In a minute, I'm going to be taking you to jail for obstructing, and those kids will be going to CYFD. You better start acting right.
Okay,
Conduct yourself in a professional manner. Okay? All right.
I don't have to sign it.
If you don't sign this, you are going to jail, and those kids are going to CYFD.
Why? Because I'm getting a felony right now?
No, because if you don't sign this, that's failure to comply. That's obstructing. Here's the deal. I'm trying to be cordial with you. You're the one that was speeding and breaking the law, not me. I'm doing my job. Okay? I'm looking out for the safety of your kids as well as you. Their lives are in your hand. You're the one that's chosen to speed on the highway, right?
When cops pulled up, they found a mom behind the wheel who clearly thought she was starring in Fast and Furious. Parental neglect. And on top of that, with a kid ready to vomit and a radar that clearly needed therapy, she still found time to argue traffic law. Naturally, she couldn't resist making it worse, digging her legal grave with every word.
So at the end of the day, just follow the instructions, be professional, and act like an adult, okay? All right. You're going to sign right here. By signing here, you're admitting to the penalty assessment of $126, okay? You have 30 days to pay it. 7 to 10 business days to process the citation. You were clocked at 57 miles an hour in a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit zone, okay?
Great.
At mile marker 6, next to Mule Creek Post Office, okay? All righty? The instructions on how to pay, I'll show you how to do it, okay? By signing this, you're admitting to guilt. Okay?
Oh boy.
Hey, that's obstruction. Get out of there. That's assault on a peace officer. You just threw
Oh
a
boy.
Get down, get on your face. Get on your face. You're under arrest for assault on a peace officer.
And there's that. I don't know. He seemed he was ready to roll on her anyway. You could kind of tell, but But still, man, you gotta unfortunately play by the rules with the coppers. I got pulled over coming back from the Ozarks a couple years ago for speeding, and I've got my medical marijuana license. I've had it for years, and I had a joint there in the car, and the cop came up and just was lighting me up on this. It's like, did you not know? I pulled out my ID for it and all that. But it's just one of those things where the second he showed up, he was just being mean. And when I get that, I immediately go like further into calm mode, and especially with the police, just dealing with them. But yeah, got a ticket. I didn't go to court for it. I was kind of hoping the officer wouldn't show up. Anyway, then I ended up having to pay it later, or I was going to get in some trouble. Anyway, I'd do my best to stay as far away from the system as possible. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. And this was just from Antfarta. It's just an image they put up. And it's interesting because it reminds me again of even how in the Bible, how people they would invert things. Like Jesus would do miracles, and the Sadducees, Pharisees, people like that would be claiming he was working with demons, right? They would put a demon on him where he was anything but. And that's what they still do in this system. That's Kirk right there, an image of Kirk, and of course all the devilish stuff all over. So that's what they do. They're being like their father, the devil, when I see this stuff. What is it? Slander and accusations. Yeah, I've been getting it myself for years, just doing what I do, from people that seem to be religious types, but that's just the way it is. I'm not trying to act like the martyr here. It's just that's what's going to happen. That's the way the enemy works. A liar. It even reminds me of Rules for Radicals from Saul Alinsky. I read some of it. You could find it online years ago. And that's like the playbook of the loony lefty in America in politics. And that's one of the things that he says in there to do is to always blame them for what you're doing. Like really put it on them. Like everything you're doing, put it on them. Everything. All the bad stuff. And originally in that book, he thanked Lucifer. And then years later, they pulled that out. But there you go. Just an observation, really, on that. Here's a really cool one. Now, what do you see? Is she looking forward or is she looking sideways? And I love things like this because it also reflects back on kind of the beast system and how the enemy works in shadows. You got to flip images upside down. You got to read words backwards. All this stuff. But, they'll put the truth in plain sight, but it's always concealed. And this is a good exercise to remember to always look at every angle, every possibility. But if you focus on it for a bit, you'll see her looking to the left. And then you can see her looking directly ahead at you. Like it's her left eye looking right at you. Right? Or you're looking at her left eye profile looking to the side. It's kind of cool, huh? Yep, it's both. That's right. Fun. Wasn't that fun? No. This is from Matthew 12:36. But I say unto you that every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment. So important to remember. That's why there's parts in the Bible talks about, just give a simple yes, give a simple no, and then everything else is, I can't remember the term. But basically trying to remember to keep it simple, but also to keep an eye on one of the most powerful weapons, the tongue. Keep an eye on what you say, even the little things we mumble, right? Idle word, every idle word that a person shall speak, they'll have to give account for in the day of judgment. Another huge reason why you better make sure you've accepted that free gift of salvation from Jesus. Make sure you're saved, man. Make sure that you accept that blood sacrifice. That's what it was. And his blood covers all of your sins, past, present, and future. And it seals your soul till your day of redemption. No one's going to snatch you away unless you give it up, for whatever reason, completely. Turn your back on him, but you're safe. you know, safe and sealed in Jesus Christ. It's the way to go. And you need that because your sins are blotted out. When you accept that free gift and you choose Christ and he's your Savior, when you get there, because every knee is going to bow, every tongue will confess, you know, you're not going to have anything to worry about. You're good. You're clean. Your record's clean. Now, if you don't accept that free gift, you're going to be there too. No matter what, we're all going to be there. You're going to have to stand in front of him in all those gross, nasty, disgusting things that you did, because we've all done them in the flesh. But ours are gone now. You know, they're cleansed in Christ. But if, you know, you're going to have to stand there, and he's going to see all of it. Like, it's all right there. You know, we're all going to see it. All the gross stuff, all the nasty stuff. And there's nothing you can do about it. You know, you had your whole life here, in quotes, to accept Christ, but you never did. And then you go, you know, you leave. You go to hell, outer darkness, eternal separation. You go away. And the worst existence any soul could ever imagine. So please choose Christ, don't be feared into it. However, there's an element to that should be there. It's okay to be a little bit scared. You should be. You're talking about your eternal salvation here, you know. It's like a really big deal. It's only the biggest deal ever. Sinkhole in Mexico. Look at this, man. It took a soda truck. That is crazy. That's like out of a movie. This happens all the time. Stuff like, it's like it's right out of a movie these days. A bunch of that crazy stuff. Look at that. That is some scary crap. And that's deep. Wow. Wonder if they'll lower the prices on the sodas now. They should. Charritos. There you go, man. Sinkhole. Been seeing, man, that was like even a big topic back in 2012. I did a compilation in 2012 on all the sinkholes in the world opening up. Another one of our little buddy. Here's the man from Panama, and he brought it out as a... Oh, this is English dubbed. Okay, check this out. Like that grok thing made it sound like this is something... The grok thing made it sound like this is something everybody already knew about. Like, it was just something... I've never seen anything like this. I'll read. Someday it's going to come off the rock. That's what worries me. If the rock comes off, it would be completely alone. Just by itself. So I'm going to remove it from here because I see that it's moving more and more. And I think it might be growing right now. Yeah. This isn't even the most current. Like, it's gotten much bigger. You guys are not the ones who are here. You guys are not the ones who are here. All right, I guess that's it. But again, I got more. Like, that's not even the most recent. Let's see. Oh, this is it. People are saying you should take... So here's a few of the videos from him. Here's one. Puppies. Some cute doggies. I'd keep them away from that.
Yo nunca había hecho live. Increíble. Animal, vegetal. No sé si es animal, vegetal. A veces me engaña. Yo pienso que es como un mojo.
All right, so let's go to the next. We've seen this one, I think, from the safe. Yeah. Where it's hiding in the corner. It's just crazy, man. hiding in the corner, and then it crawls out into the light. All right, there's a couple on here. There's a picture. Oh, it's a video. There it is. Hey, little buddy. Hi. It's just, and it's not on the rock anymore, so it did detach from the rock, and it's still growing. Look at that. All right, I think there's one more on here. Well, that's it. All right. But wait, there's still more coming up later. Ram, the car manufacturer Ram cancels all electric pickup truck plans, citing slowing demand. Totally. Again, that whole thing was just a sham, and the so-called Biden administration was pushing it on all the dealerships. And there you go. Make sure you get them electric vehicles. Nobody wants them. 2 in 5 young adults are taking on debt for social image to impress peers, study finds. How sad is this? You can thank the TikTok and Instagram world we live in. Money may not buy love, but for many young adults, it's still the ticket to attention. A new study shows that 2 in 5 Gen Zers admit going into debt just to impress others, often in dating and social situations. The pressure to perform financially is high among younger generations. Half of Gen Z and millennials say they've faked wealth or success, with Gen Z leading at 54%. Nearly 38% admit they've damaged their credit score or gone into debt to impress someone, and 37% say they'd even overdraft their accounts for a date. Men feel that pressure most. 46% would go into debt for a single date, compared to just 28% of women. Credit One Bank writes that more than half of the consumers say a high credit score makes someone more attractive. That's so gross. While nearly 70% would lose confidence in a boss with bad credit. Still, disclosure is rare. 54% of Gen Z and millennials prefer not to share their financial details with a partner until things get serious. Only 8% call poor financial history a marriage deal breaker, and nearly half say they'd marry someone with a shaky financial past, especially if that person was improving. All right, go ahead and move on. Then I want to read some of this. Off the subject, I just, if anybody sent anything to the P.O. Box over the last couple of weeks, I just sent cards out yesterday. So you'll get them early next week. Just want to say thank you, though, again, for anybody who sends anything to the P.O. Box. There's a P.O. Box under the player if you're interested, but it's always a pleasure, and I'll always write you guys back, so thank you. Except on this one, was it K-Pope? I'm not sure if you wanted me to write you back this time or not, but I want to say thank you very much. But I wasn't sure, but that's it. Roblox removes over 100 experiences tied to the Charlie Kirk situation. So more of that, I guess. Censorship on Roblox. I guess there was people saying naughty things on Roblox about it. Marjorie Taylor Greene calls for United States to be split up. Declares country no longer safe for anyone. She revived her calls for a national divorce on Monday, ominously warning that American right and left have nothing left to talk about. See, this is a Civil War type talk to me. Greene sparked controversy in February of 2023 when she wrote on X, "We need a national divorce. We need to separate by red states and blue states." Oh, wow. It's like a dystopia. I mean, I also see the point because the loony left is completely satanic now, but I don't know if this is it. But it says we need to separate by red states and blue states and shrink the federal government. Definitely cool with shrinking the federal government. Everyone I talk to says this, from the sick and disgusting woke culture issues shoved down our throats to the Democrats' traitorous America Last policies. We are done. She was quickly denounced at the time. Utah governor slammed her call to split the country as evil. And Liz Cheney, who's evil, added that secession is unconstitutional. No member of Congress should advocate. All right, there we go. Well, we'll see. Marjorie, we shall see. I like a lot of the things I've seen her say, though. There are some things I'm definitely with her on. Here's something you're not going to see on the mainstream, most likely. This is 3 million people, million-ish people on the streets protesting in our beloved UK. We have friends from the UK that watch the show. Always welcome and thank you. And I cover a lot of news from the UK. No one is worth keeping in power with this kind of energy against them. They can censor social media, but they can't stop reality. People united with people. I love this. Me too. Isn't that amazing? It's official reports from the coppers. This is in London. They're saying it's in excess of 3 million people. And they're standing up against the bashing of borders and the clashing of cultures, if you know what I mean. They're losing their country quickly. And their coppers are becoming even more and more tyrannical. The policies are, at least. I guess there's no sound, but look at that. Look at that. So see, it's nice to see because, you know, this is stuff that's censored from us, hidden from us, especially in the mainstream. You know, and sometimes it makes people feel all alone. They see the world going crazy, and it's like, does anybody else see this? Am I alone in this? It's real easy to feel isolated and alone when you're truly awake spiritually through Christ in this world. But look at that, man. I say brothers and sisters. You know, we got some people really standing up with each other, and it's absolutely beautiful. That's what they got to do, and that's a real show of force. Give them the numbers. Look at that. Beautiful. Love to see it. Love to see the people standing together like that. There you go. That's how you can make some change, right? That's how you make change. And it keeps going. I mean, like, it keeps going, okay? So, yeah, it's incredible. Have you seen anything about this on the mainstream news? Anything? I would hope so. You know, I don't just want to be right. I would hope so. Alex Jones exposes Bohemian Grove and occult gatherings of the elites with Glenn Beck. Let's check. Which is funny. These two used to be enemies. Glenn Beck even wrote a book kind of about Alex called The Overton Window, about a crazy conspiracy theorist, and it was supposed to be Alex. And they were trying to kind of put Glenn Beck up as like the new Alex Jones, you know, like they were giving him all these crazy segments, and he was covering, you know, all the stuff that we're interested in that you typically don't see in the mainstream. Back when he was on Fox, he got shut down, you know, on one where he was supposed to be doing one on American concentration type camps they were building. You guys remember that controversy? But there was a lot, but also there's a lot of Masonic stuff that I found on Glenn Beck through the years that I wasn't crazy about. But yeah, they used to be at each other's throats quite a bit back in the day, so at least that's not happening. But let's check out a little bit of this conversation, see how it goes. Because Alex Jones, you know, you love him or hate him, but I still have to give him credit for this Bohemian Grove video he did. That was the first thing I'd ever seen of anything like that. I wasn't even online that much, you know. I just, for whatever reason, I was watching some YouTube that night, which I rarely even did. I just didn't have any social media, wasn't interested. And then I saw that Bohemian Grove clip, and it sent me just spiraling, you know, really. Because I was more of a conservative Republican, conservative Christian Republican, I guess you could say. I've been in the Coast Guard, of course, for 8 years, and loved my country, you know, all that stuff, right? That was kind of more my mindset. But I was also big into conspiracies and stuff. But then as I prayed about it, even that night, it's like, Lord, I want to know all of this, please. Is this true? Is this real? And it was like something to the effect of, I just want to know all of it, Lord. I just want to know the truth. However crazy, weird, whatever, I'm open. Please, you know, show me. I want to know the truth. You know, it was a prayer like that. And then that's where it really started, man. I mean, within probably just a few months of that, after just looking into all these things, everything, I started putting it together in my head. It was making sense. And then I made that the first scariest movie ever made. That's how I got started. And it all was really triggered by this, you know.
Catch you because reporters, there's been hundreds of articles. They always walk and start asking questions. And they go, well, who are you with? What are you doing? I didn't do that. I snuck in, tried to just go, you know, sit down in one of the outside areas and not be noticed. And Ronson thought it was a joke, but he had an insider that was a member, and so Ronson snuck in. After he saw me get in, he went in with the member that had all the code words and all the stuff as a guest, but not as an official guest. And then Ronson had me sign a contract, but later he talked about it so I can. He said, we for liability can't shoot the footage, and we've seen you shoot some hidden footage. A little DV can and a fanny pack. They didn't have little tiny cameras back then, as you know, for kids out there. And I had to climb up on the edge of a redwood, knot route and kind of get above the people and shoot. That's why it's all canted and the camera's falling over and things. But it's still dramatic footage. And so I got in, tried to keep to myself, had sheriff's deputies and Secret Service twice while I was just sitting over an overlook and over in the woods, just at a table. I even brought a book with me so it looked like I was just hanging out. They're like, who are you with? What's going on? I'm like, and I had enough of the inside stuff that I'd read in some of the literature. I said, I'm with the Hillbillies, because that's a Texas-style camp where the Bushes go. They said, really? Okay, well, who are you here with? And I said, I'm here with Ron. Yeah, they go, okay. And the Secret Service came over and questioned me another time. And I said, that's it, I've been questioned twice. So I came down off because it takes, it's a couple miles down. I came off the overlook with the Secret Service questioned me over the Russian River. And I got into the woods, got to the first camp, and nobody was there, and I climbed up underneath the log cabin deck, and there were like literally centipedes and spiders. It was like Indiana Jones' Temple of Doom, but not as bad. But it was quite a few, and because that's where they are. They're under the house, and so I wait till the light starts going down, and I had my map, and I'd only gotten in some, and then gone trying to get it because most of the camps are up at the start and up the hill. I'd gotten away from civilization waiting for nighttime because I was there about 4 or 5 hours, 4.5 hours. I hang out a few hours underneath the log cabin. And again, people say, well, why is there not footage of that? It was little hour tapes. I'm having to start it and stop it. So I got myself going in, walking down there, got the overlook, tape stops. I know there's cameras, which I later saw in the later bit, so I don't reload it there. I just act really calm. I'm kind of hitting the button on and off. I go down, find the first camp, climb under it, reload it, get it ready, get it set, have like a handkerchief inside hanging over the front of the lens because there's a hole cut in the fanny pack, those little DV cans. And it's getting dark. Okay, I think I can blend in. And so it's twilight. I've got the map. It's this side road right here. I start walking. People are starting to come out of camps. They're walking. And, oh my gosh, there's the pond and there's the owl, the little lake, and there's bats flying around. It's twilight. But people are talking to each other. They're looking. I see Danny Glover. I'm walking. There's now all these big crowds of men coming in, hundreds and hundreds.
Danny Glover.
And I say, okay, I'm gonna go through them and hide somewhere until it gets dark. They're gonna question me. People are looking, hey, because they all kind of know each other. I go up the hill, and then down here are the biggest redwoods, the ones you can drive cars through. The ones they And there's all these tables, and there's still people eating, and they're playing Hall of the Mountain King. Dun 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 dun. And I look, there's a symphony playing, and it's just twilight, the light coming through, and bats and frogs chirping. I'm like, this is a badass party. And so I kind of walk up the hill. There was 5 shots, all this, down there while the music's playing. Then I've got the shot of the ritual. And then I'm sitting there going, okay, it's an owl. This is more theater, but the occult is what theater comes from, and TV and everything is anything occult, for those who don't know, is just pre-Christ or, pre-Christianity. It just means hidden because the mystery schools are hidden. And so they mixed in Babylonian, Druidic, Canaanite, Faustian stuff in the hour. They bring out a hearse that's horse-drawn with the effigy of a child. They call the goddess to come, and they call these other gods to come, so it's kind of an amalgamation, like the Bible says, of all these religions. They then put the child there on the effigy. But back then, I later learned, because I got some of their annals, these guys would die, and their widows would mail me annals. And then once people didn't know they had annals, then they shot up in the market, and then when people were selling them on eBay for $5,000 a piece.
What are the annals?
Every 10 years, they put a big, thick book out of the annals of Bohemian Grove. Okay. So as I got those annals later, I'm kind of skipping ahead, I learned, that was Walter Cronkite that was doing the voice of the owl. Wow. So they're inside the owl, and it's got slits they can look out of with a sound control, and you've got like famous actors and people doing the voices, so that's very interesting. And I'm not saying they're all devil worshippers, even bad. It's like it's more of a crazy art festival, but there is an occultic thing to it.
I wrote a book.
All right, I wanted to wait. Is he going to say Overton Window?
Called The Eye of Moloch.
No, he didn't. Okay, yeah. You can look that rabbit hole up if you want to check out the Overton window, which was low key about Alex Jones this many years ago. But I'm glad to see they've squashed their beef. Some may say because they're both controlled on some level. I'm not sure what levels those are, but I have found Masonic things with Glenn. I do feel AJ could be controlled on some levels. I'm not sure what, but I still like to listen to him. You use your discernment. He's really, that's why you don't just clue these people, especially if someone's a controlled, to me, you really want to watch them because they are putting out real truth a lot of the time. And then there's going to mix in some deception or whatever here and there, or lies by omission, things like that. But you just use your discernment. You can find the good stuff. Insane stalker stories, real life scary experiences. Let me see if I can find the ones I was listening to here. There were some good ones. Let me see. All right. I'll find it. There's a couple I was listening to on here. Crazy stalker stories from that TikTok thread.
Very nice, but I knew something was off about him, but I ignored the red flags because I'm nice and because he was funny. Really weird red flags too, kind of like he wasn't all there. For instance, like he would always lock himself out of his car like multiple times a week. He'd always lock himself out of his apartment multiple times a week. He did not have a job. He was always out at bars, and he was in college at the age of like 28. And then he would do things like go to the grocery store. He would buy like whole milk, leave it in the car in the dead of summer for like days, and then like his car would just smell like a dead raccoon was in it. Just weird stuff that's like, that's not normal, right? But there were very small things that could be interpreted as normal. Again, he was funny, he was nice, so I was nice. I noticed he kind of developed an infatuation with me, but I felt like there was nothing I could do about it. And instead of distancing myself, maybe blocking him, I just simply continued to be nice because I'm a nice person. Next thing I know, he enrolls himself at my college.
Gross.
He gets his entire class schedule to match mine. And he did this over time because when you start classes, you have like a 2-week time period where you could change your schedule. And he would go and look in every room on campus until he found me. And then he would get his schedule changed to that. I lived on campus. He did not. He would park outside of my bedroom window, throw rocks at my window, and he wouldn't go home. He would sleep in his car outside of my bedroom. I told the campus police about this. They said they found footage of him stalking me and following me all over campus, but he never did anything, so there was nothing they could do about it. This terrified me, so I moved off campus. A few weeks later, his car is at my apartment complex outside of my bedroom window, and my tires are slashed. He started becoming more aggressive and more frightening when I decided I did want to distance myself and block him. But it was really too late. I should have done that immediately versus letting time go by and being too nice. I changed my phone number nearly a dozen times, and he would get my phone number inevitably through an acquaintance that didn't know he was stalking me, and he would approach them and pretend that him and I were still friends, and he would get my number from them. I was in college, so I would go out and he would follow me. And on my way home that night, he would jump into the same taxi I was in. Gross. And he physically would not let me close the door until he got in. One night, I woke up to 100 missed calls from him. Imagine how long it takes to call someone 100 times. I decided to take him to court to get a restraining order, which somehow didn't go through. I think the process is insane, and if a woman is in fear, she should get a restraining order, but I didn't. The judge didn't give me one. So in order for him to see me again, he served me and tried to get me a restraining order just so he could see me again in court. I'm sitting in court and he approaches me and he said, "Hey, I don't want to be here. I just wanted to see you. Let's drop this. I don't want to go through with trying to get a restraining order against you. I just wanted to see you again." I ended up moving to a different state for multiple different reasons, this obviously being one of them, because I just was so frightened for my life. I was a girl living alone. Come to find out, a few weeks later, a friend called me and asked if I had heard the news. And I said no, and they said that when he found out that I moved to another state, he unalived himself. I don't think stalkers are talked about enough on this app or on the internet or in real life enough in general, and I think everybody needs to be a little less nice.
So, story time. So, what about you, ladies and gentlemen out there? Have you had stalkers? What's your stalker story? The closest I ever came to having one, aside from weirdos on the internet in this last almost 20 years I've been online doing things, I've had that whole thing happen for sure in different ways. This is before that, man. Had a crazy one. When I was in high school, my best bud, one of my best buds, his name was Mike back then. He was a preacher's kid of all things, and his dad was a loon. Like, he really was a loon. Old. He was much older father too. He was probably in his 70s or something back then, but had a huge billboard in his living room where he was constantly writing out math and numbers and sequences, trying to figure out exactly when Jesus is coming back. He's one of these guys. A very hardcore religious-minded person. You know, they didn't like me. Most parents, believe it or not, when I was a teenager, didn't like me. They considered me the Eddie Haskell, if you can believe it. Like I said, I've changed a lot through the years. But I was a little stinker, you know. But I was always nice. I'd never, you know, I don't know. They could just tell I could get into trouble, I think, back then. But anyway, Mike and I were really good buddies. When I graduated, and even all through high school, he was real weird. You know, he'd have major panic attacks. This is before we even knew that term. Anxiety attacks, being around people and all this, or going to parties, he'd be real weird sometimes. But, you know, he was a handsome guy, and he dressed really, really good. He had really cool fashion, you know. He liked really cool music. We liked a lot of the same music. It's one of the reasons we're friends. And the girls loved him. Like, this guy was always getting with girls, man, like all the time. Even though he was kind of weird, you know, like with his personality. The chicks loved him, and so that was a whole thing for him all through school. And anyway, it got weirder. So that was just some stuff through school, whatever. I knew he had some weird anxiety things. He was kind of clingy with me sometimes, you know, things like that. You know, it was weird. Anyway, we graduate high school. We decide to move out. You know, this is back in the day when kids were ready to get out of the house at 18. You know, it's not like that now, but we wanted out. So we both moved out, got an apartment together, and that's where things just really went downhill. Like, his attachment to me got really crazy. And, you know, we'd go to parties and stuff, and oh yeah, that's the other thing. In high school, he's always trying to dress like me. I'm sorry, that's the other thing. He had fashion and all that. See, I had my style also. I had my own style. And, like one time, this is back before, this is years ago. I was wearing trench coats and combat boots to school before that became like a bad thing. You know, now it's considered, you know, bad kids do that or something. But I was wearing that kind of thing. And I remember one time I'd gone to the mall with my mom. I found this real cool pair of combat boots, you know, that I wanted. And anyway, I don't know if we bought them that night or not, but I told Mike about it the next day. And then, like, the day after that, he shows up to school wearing those boots. Like, he apparently went and told his mom. They drove straight to the mall, and she bought him those boots. So he wore the cool boots that I wanted to get first. You know, he'd do stuff like that a lot. You know what I mean? Even the way he would wear some of his clothes. It's like a lot of this. It seemed like he was trying, you know, to kind of be like me or something. But it got worse. So, you know, we'd go to parties. And this happened a couple times. I'd walk into a room, I'd hear him telling somebody a story from his life, and it was a story from my life. He was telling people, like, personal stories I told him about things that had happened to me in my life. Not bad stuff, just crazy situations, whatever. But he was acting like it was his life. Gosh. So then when it got to its worst, he had to be around me all the time. My girlfriend at the time, for a while, I had a girlfriend back then named Heidi. And I even gave her a key to our place. You know, she'd be there all the time. And one night she even told me, I went out with just some of my dude friends. Heidi was working, so she showed up at my apartment. I was just going to meet up with her after. And she told me, like, you know, like all wide-eyed and freaked out. She's like, man, you got no idea what it's like to sit here and watch a guy sit in the middle of your living room floor with your Rolodex. I had a Rolodex back then, this was before cell phones. And on the Rolodex, I had everyone's name and phone number. She said, I watched that guy go through your Rolodex and call every single one of those numbers trying to find out where you were. I'm like, what? Yeah, so he'd do stuff like that. But the night it got really bad, this is the worst one I can remember. Another really close friend of mine back then, a best friend named Kelly, he came over and we were going to drive to another town, like, 25, 30 miles away, to this art theater because they were going to be playing a movie back then called Naked Lunch. You guys ever heard of Naked Lunch? It was Peter Weller was in it. From a really crazy author. It's really crazy. It's a book. Naked Lunch is a book from William, I forget his last name now, but the movie was just crazy. I like weird movies. I went to film school, right? So Kelly came over. Mike was sitting in the living room, in his underwear and a t-shirt, smoking cigarettes, watching TV. And, I just told him, hey, man, Kelly's coming over. We're just going to run to this movie. He's like, can I go? So he always wanted to be with me. I was like, oh, man, I think tonight just Kelly and I are going to go hang out. I haven't seen him in a while. We'll be back later. I'll see you later. I was like, oh, okay. And so we left. So Kelly showed up. Kelly never liked Mike. Always thought he was weird and clingy, but Kelly showed up and we left from the apartment, drove like half an hour to this other town, went inside, watched the movie, which was just a crazy movie. I'm not recommending it. It's really weird. The mugwumps, man, weird creatures. So we checked out the movie and then we get up, the movie's over. As we're walking out, Kelly grabs my arm and goes, dude. And I'm like, what? He goes, look. And I looked, and we looked at the theater at the back because we were like sitting in the middle, and it was Mike. He goes, is that Mike? Like, man, I don't know. So we went up to the crowd. Mike was moving really quick, but we got up, we looked out, and by the time we looked out, he was almost at the exit, and it was Mike. Like, he had gone to the theater, man, behind us, sat behind us, watched the movie while we watched the movie, while he's watching us watching the movie. And the whole way home, I'm just like, I was freaked out. I was like, man, I don't know what to do. So I just said, well, let's just act like, let's act like we didn't see him. Let's just see what happens and see what happens. So we get there, and sure enough, when we walk back in, he's sitting in the exact same spot, still in his, boxers, t-shirt, smoking cigarettes and watching TV like nothing happened. So that's the night that even Kelly was like, man, you need to get out of this apartment with this dude. He's dangerous. And yeah, there was a little more to it, but that's just some of my, I guess, stalker story. And feel free to share your own. A little story time. Yeah, I could keep talking. There's a bunch. There's a bunch that happened with all that, but anyway, eventually I got out, got my own apartment, and everything worked out. Here's some pretty interesting stuff. This is a witchcraft TikTok creepy compilation, scary witch stories from that TikTok thread.
Following me, that means y'all similar to my energy. And this really needs to be told because it's some crazy stuff going down in the spiritual community. And baby, it goes deeper than what I ever thought it could. I learned some information last night that blew my freaking mind. Okay, so there is this popular YouTuber, okay? She's a tarot reader on YouTube. Absolutely loved her videos. In fact, when I first got into spirituality and started learning about tarot and going deeper into hermetics and astrology and numerology and stuff, she's basically the one that kind of guided me because she broke it down in a way that was easily understood, and she was doing it through tarot. So all while she was teaching me that, she was telling me what was going on and what steps I needed to take in my life. Sounds all good and dandy, right? Well, when I originally started watching this tarot reader, it was just something that it just drew me to her. I almost to the point where I became obsessed with watching her every day, waking up, couldn't wait for a video when she didn't drop videos. My anxiety was high. I needed to see what was next. Shortly after I started watching this tarot reader, I noticed that my life went for the biggest turn that it could have ever went in. I would have never prepared or expected this to happen. And truthfully, I didn't correlate the two. I didn't think that my life was doing what it was doing because of me watching the readings or even connecting with this person's energy. Now, I'm going to continue with the story, but I'm telling y'all this because, for starters, we've really got to be careful who we open up our energy to, who we watch, who we're allowing to speak things over our life, because you never know what the freak is really going on. All right, now back to the story. There may have to be a part 2 to this, or maybe even 3 or 4. I don't know, because it's going to be kind of long, and I want to give you a breakdown on everything that happened. So maybe you can see the signs and, you know what to do, or you know how to avoid certain things, or you at least know what's going on in your life, because it basically took me by storm. And if it wasn't for me meeting this girl, I would have never have found out what was going on. So we're going to start off like this. I had a dream about this tarot reader. She okay, so it went something like this. So I was in a hotel and I was sitting down and there was a laptop in front of me and I was watching this tarot readers YouTube channel, and all of a sudden I hear something like sounds like something scraping the floor coming towards the doors of the hotel lobby. Now mind you, it's empty, there's nothing but a desk there and a chair and like this laptop, and I see somebody come in with hella bags. Lo and behold, it was this tarot reader. She comes in with all these bags. She walks up to me, and I remember she'd asked me a couple of questions, and I know she wanted me to come upstairs with her. I remember her like reaching in to kiss me, and I like declined this kiss. I was just like, I'm good. I'm good. Stay tuned for part 2.
I guess that was it. Oh, here it is. Good. There's more. Sorry, I knew she had more.
Okay, you guys. So I was talking to y'all about how I got hexed by this tarot reader, or cursed, should I say? And I think I left out on the part where, oh yeah, she tried to get me to kiss me so she could proceed to have sex with me. And I turned her down, of course, because now, granted, I'm not going to lie. I do like girls, y'all.
Oh, boy.
I love y'all. Beautiful.
I'll pray for you.
Women. But that's not the point. Like, it's just, it was weird. And like, I had already been in love with her readings and watching her, and something just didn't feel right. Like, I mean, I know I'm in a dream state, but I'm not a dummy. Something didn't feel right. And I'm not just going to kiss you because I didn't have them thoughts about you. I literally came to you for knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love the way that you taught. I fell in love with what you were teaching me.
All right, I'll go and move on. But clearly she was entranced and under a spell. But, man, better find Jesus, lady. That's number one. I want to share one of those. This is, oh yeah, this is pretty interesting. From Sean McDowell YouTube channel. This is from the creator of Deadpool. I did a video on Deadpool and Wolverine. I mean, I don't title it that. I put it in one of my videos a while back. And all the symbolism was in there and the hidden messages and stuff. And it's all nasty stuff. It's all demonic and just gross. Deadpool's really gross to me. I've never been a fan. I've only watched the stuff to try to see what the message is or the symbols, but never thought he was funny. He's really crude, hypersexual. It's too much. I don't like it, But weird that it came from a Christian. Did you know that this guy is a Christian? Let me check some of this out and see if he's talking about his faith in Deadpool. I think they're talking about it here.
You have those more conservative, those more libertine. But even as an artist, as a creator, like what biblical principles help you uniquely think about this and live out as a Christian artist, if that makes sense?
So I'm going to let you down here. My job is to do my job as to the best of my ability.
Okay.
When I grab a page, and the reason I have because look, I've watched artists in my field, writers, lose a connection because the work isn't there anymore. And you're always aware, is this good? Is this good? I've got a comic book coming out next week. I think it's one of the best comics I ever did, because I'm constantly pushing myself. I have a method when I draw my comics. I basically draw every page 3 times. And people used to make fun of me, but I draw it this small, then I draw it this big, then the final stage is the 11 by 7. So I'm kind of working out the kinks. I'm trying to, make it as dynamic and fun. I may go, you know what, that shot needs to be a little bigger, so I'm going to make him a little bigger, okay? All this stuff that I work out. I am called to do the best with my talent. I have a talent. The biblical principles that you've spoken of have been part of my home that I built with my wife, my kids, my children. I don't believe it's my job to make comic books with any biblical relevance, because again, some of them are going to be very compromised, very bad people, and trust me, I 20 years ago was the first time I had done anything remotely resembling a sex scene, and the Baptist in me was like, oh, you shouldn't be drawing this. This is bad, and that's when I'm like, this is ridiculous. I go see R-rated films with my wife. We watch adult material on HBO or whatever. It's just, sometimes you have to just kind of shake it, but that is for somebody else. I don't have a job. No. Of course it's fine. I don't have a job as a minister. But when people have asked me, and I guess through my career, I guess I spoke in such a coded way early on. People would be like, are you a believer? Do you have faith? And I'm like, yeah. And it's just easy to share. It's never been something that I have run from. And even when my career is at the most, like blowing up, I did a book called Prophet. And the first issue of Prophet has nothing but Bible verses. He is hearing, the Bible is speaking to him the entire time. It's also a very violent comic, commensurate with, like I said, the stuff I love, like Samson, David, Joshua. And, but so I put it out there right from the beginning. And then I decided that I would do a book about an angel who fell to earth called Evangeline, and her relationship with a priest who was losing his faith. What do you do when you're losing your faith? Maybe this isn't for me, and now an angel fell into my life, and it's a beautiful angel. And I was really proud that at no point did they have any sort of romance, even though it was obvious, like, she's beautiful. But it was like, I wanted to do like the moonlighting thing in my storytelling. And the moonlighting show where they never really got together. It was that the romance, you want it to happen, but it doesn't happen. I didn't want to have a priest get together with an angel. I thought that would be like crossing a line. But the tension is there, and the learning on both of them, because why is she here on earth? Why did she fall? And anyone who's read the Evangeline comic is she said, I question God's love of humanity. Why would he love these horrible people? And because of it, he's now put me amongst them. So in that way, I'm working stuff out. But I can't be guaranteed any time to have that hit the page. But I was called to be an artist. I was given this gift. I make these comics. They entertain people. I am told by people all the time, I really enjoy your work. Well, I think they enjoy my work because I do it to the best of my ability. I don't phone it in. I work really hard. I use the gifts that I was given in the best possible way. But, and I have done, there's also, we won't have time for it, but.
All right, I guess we'll see what he's going to say here. But.
So I did a book called The Covenant.
Oh, nice.
Because it came out about 9 years ago. But remember when the Ark of the Covenant is stolen?
Oh, yeah.
And Eli dies, and Samuel is now the new judge. And I don't believe that there's a lot of blank areas in there. And I believe I'm going to fill those in. I don't believe Samuel met the angry crowd who wanted to kill him that night and said, it'll be back in a couple weeks. Everyone just go about your business. I believed he gathered up some men and he made an attempt to get the Ark back. I made that up. And again,
all right, I'll go ahead and move on. I don't know, it kind of reminds, I got different views on it because I've written a lot of really crazy things, I was wanting to make, and I don't know, man. But, there's also the other side that we do have God-given gifts and talents, but that's part of the whole, like, making a deal with the devil thing. It's like, Good Girl Gone Bad. We've seen that program from Hollywood, especially with a lot of the Disney stars. But that's really what the whole process is, and the inversion is you're taking, like a lot of these young people, Good Girl Gone Bad. These little girls got talent. They're actresses. They're singers. And those talents are from the Lord. But that's what the devil does is he takes them. They keep their talent, but then he makes sure they're using them for him, for his kingdom. Once they've changed over, especially the Black Eye Club kids, and people. So I see that angle to it. Thank you, Scory Mori, says our blessed hope Jesus is coming soon. Yeah. But see what I mean? I don't know, man. I could have a lot of different views and feelings on this, but what do you guys think? Check out the whole thing from Sean McDowell. I don't know, like, is his work furthering the kingdom? You know what I mean? Is it helping Christ? Is it helping the kingdom? That's the question, for us. Meteorite update. Here's another one. Is this? Yeah, I think this is a new one. Yeah, here's a new one. Check this out. Look how big our baby's getting.
I have another update for you. and it's regarding the whole meteorite situation that may have a potential alien organism growing out of it in Panama. And it was found by a man named Ken, who unfortunately started experimenting on it, exposed it to sunlight, and now this thing is coming out of it. The update is as of September 13th, 2025. He has it locked in a safe, and this thing has gotten huge and it moves. He's actually afraid of it and has it completely blocked off from the sun. He states in his words that the situation has now gotten out of control. He has sent a piece of it to a university for study. But as you're aware, and if you've been following my videos, he has sent pieces of this organism to different people around the world. We truly have no idea the ramifications of his actions, not yet.
Yep, it's like black goo.
But this is literally the beginning of every alien invasion movie we have ever seen, and it's all unfolding on TikTok.
It's crazy.
Take a look at this update, comment below, tell me what you think.
Okay.
Increíble que lo que estoy haciendo.
How big our baby got. You'll see in a second.
Wow, estás grande.
Look at that.
Has crecido bastante. Me das miedo.
Look at that. I don't know. Like I said, then the AI, it's just something I'd never heard of. Just, they grow out of rocks, huh? I don't know. I've never, like I said, if that's something that has existed before, somebody would have made video of this and been talking about it. Like, oh my God, I found this rock at the beach and look what happened, Like, no, there's none of that. Like, we've never seen anything like this that I know of ever. Look at that. And if it's all fake, and eventually it'll come out, that won't stay hidden. There's so many people watching the story now. We'll see. Yeah, look, that's me. I said black goo. Black goo? Yeah. Black goo monster. It's going to get you. Watch out. Here's a cool one. Bizarre two-legged creature was captured during a Facebook live stream. Oh, actually, this is a classic. We've seen this one before, but I wanted to share it again. It's a really good one. I've shared this in the past. This is probably from like 4 years ago or something at this point. And he did a series of videos, this guy, because he kept seeing this. He called it a werewolf running around in his backyard. And then this is one of the times he actually captured it on camera for the people.
Backed over and show y'all that the picture came from in the back of my fucking yard. Let me see if I can flip this bitch around.
Now watch.
That's the exact motherfucking
Hey.
Spot in the house. This This is the exact spot that I just.
And there it is.
That spot that I just.
Here, I'll slow that down. Turn the volume off. Now let's watch. There it is. That's all we get. It's pretty fast. But watch. It almost looks like it's not even fully there, like it materializes or something. There you go. That's it. All right. Didn't get a super clear shot of it, but there's definitely something there. Wouldn't want to mess with it. I'd get rid of it in Jesus' name. Okay, this says, who's following the story from Panama? Is it a fungus, a hoax? This guy says he's fascinated with the concept of panspermia. Anyway, we've already seen those clips. We'll move on. There's one more coming up that's the most current. You'll see it's gotten even bigger since it was inside that safe. This little boy.
Christians, the Bible says we're called to be bold as lions. That means no matter what happens in this world, we profess the name of Jesus with courage and love. When I first heard about Charlie Kirk's passing, I had a lot of questions, and I was really sad. People are encouraged. Stand strong in your faith. Love people well, and pray for the families that are hurting. Because the enemy wins when we hide, but Jesus wins when we rise up.
All right, I just want to get a little bit of this message in, but again, it's like there's too much of the Kirk stuff. At least I got a little bit this week, but it's just everywhere, man, and it's nonstop, you know. Yeah, and then somebody else. This is from 777 to 666. Not sure what that means, but they got the G ring up also, and somebody in chat said that looks like an eye next to it. Not sure, but there you go. Of interest, something to consider. While the world argues about race and plays victim politics, our children are under the hood learning what every man should know. Yeah, love this. These are the kind of things we like to see. This is the way you deal with the little ones these days, especially bringing them all together like this and teaching them something that matters. You know, they're actually going to have to use or could use in their life.
It's signifying your engine oil, you understand? Yes, sir. This shows you your engine oil, we good? Yes, sir. What did this show you? Your engine oil. What did this show you? Your engine oil. What did that show you? Your engine oil. This is the engine oil symbol, you understand? Yes, sir. Baby, can you even say nothing? Yes, sir. Yes, all right, so this is your engine oil symbol, got it? Yes, sir. So now, that's where we find our engine oil dipstick. The dipstick, when you pull it all the way out, when you wipe it off, it showed you how much oil is in the vehicle, you understand? Yes, sir. Even though this vehicle is full with oil, the oil, it's time for it to be changed, you understand? Yes, sir. All right, here we go. And we changed the oil so we can keep the engine lubricated, but we'll teach about that another time, got it? Yes, sir. All right, anyway, so now, you got different types of oil.
All right, I'll stop there because I don't want to hear a whole lesson on mechanics either. I'm not mechanically inclined myself. I mean, if I have the book and like all the explanations in front of me, I could do it, but otherwise, not so much. My sister, of all things, and one of her early careers was an auto mechanic. She actually worked at a dealership. It's crazy. And she's married with children, so it wasn't one of those kind of things. It says, I follow no one, I only follow Jesus. I do like to see these clips when Denzel's talking about Jesus like this, because, you know, you can also find all the videos and images of where he's doing the symbols and the signs throughout the years. But that's where I've always kind of thought that, you know, Jesus conquers all, even masonry. And, you know, these people got to get involved in that stuff to get big in the industry, unfortunately. But But that doesn't mean that they're soul trapped forever. I mean, when you truly find Christ and they realize what they've done, they can break free, you know. So that's my take on it. Because some of these people, that's just how I'd like to believe, the way I see how they operate and the things they say. You know, especially when you're confessing Christ in front of people, that's a really important move. Doesn't mean that evil people can't do that. You know, they can. You know, little deceivers. But they'll always be found out, you know, eventually. But let's check this out.
A leading man. You know, I don't follow nobody. I follow the Lord. That's it. That's the only following I'm doing is my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I'm not following anybody else on this planet. Period. You don't know what's going to happen when you leave here. So do all you can with what you have, your God-given ability while you're here. I'm a leading man. You know, I don't follow nobody. I follow the Lord. That's it. That's the only following I'm doing is my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I'm not following anybody else on this planet. Period. You don't know what's going to happen when you leave here. So do all you can with what you have, your God-given ability while you're here. I'm a lead.
So there you go. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? You know, I'd like to. AJ mentions Jesus, you know, but then I know, you know, we're human and none of us are perfect, and still people will hate him. I know that, but I don't know, man. I don't want to falsely accuse or slander anybody in that respect when it comes to their faith in Jesus. You know what I mean? I walk softly on that. Because it's real easy to cross the line. When you die and we find the truth of everything from our lives, you don't want to find out that you were constantly accusing and slandering your brothers and sisters unknowingly or whatever. Yeah, I just don't like that. Especially having to deal with slander and accusations over the years. I don't like to put them out on people, you know. The TikToker lost her marriage. Yeah, this is crazy. Check this out.
TikTok, every fucking day. I come home, it's fucking TikTok.
How was your day?
Yeah, it's a shit day. Again, this is what I paid the phone bill for.
He says every time he comes home, she's on TikTok.
I come home, it's fucking TikTok.
How was your day?
Yeah, it's a shit day. Again, this is what I paid the phone bill for you to be on.
Why would you do that? No, literally, like, why would you do that? Like, I'm literally recording a video, and the fact that you...
Every time I come home, you're on your...
No, every single time I try to video something, like, you literally actively...
Listen to me. I work too goddamn hard to deal with this day in and day out. I try to fucking turn you. I give you signs. I let it out. I write down on fucking paper. I deserve fucking way better than you. You're wife. It's becoming to the point where I fucking regret even marrying your ass.
I literally...
You weren't fucking like this in the beginning.
Most men are not ready to walk away.
That's kind of wild. But yeah, isn't that sad? I always wonder. Well, after seeing that video, I wondered how many people in the world are experiencing that, whether it be your husband or wife, getting addicted to the scrolling and to being online, which many people, millions, right? How's that affecting their marriages? There's a lot of that going on, I wonder. That would be super annoying, though, right? Like every time you come home, your spouse is plugged into the matrix. You know, they can't get out of it for a while and be real in real life with you. It's like, no, they need to make some content. You know, they need to be seen. They got a new haircut. Sunday religion won't save you. Check this out.
It is not going to save us. It has to be deeper than that. Watch this.
I had a dream about the rapture last night, and I have to say this. It's coming. Let's get into it. This casual Christianity isn't going to save you. Once saved, always saved isn't true. You can't live any way you want to and say a little prayer and go back to choosing a life of sin, willfully, knowingly. Then on Sunday, you in church, and all is well. Look at it like this, family. If a person said they love you and they want to be with you so badly, but they cheat on you constantly, disrespect you, don't acknowledge you, don't consider you, don't listen to you, don't talk to you, don't try to get to know you, don't spend time with you, literally living life like you do not exist, that you are not a variable, that you are not a factor. And then on a random day, every once in a while, they spend 90 minutes with you and they're not even really paying attention. Family, let's be real. Some of y'all don't even do that. It sounds good to say, thank you, God, and give God all the glory. This isn't condemnation, family. This is real talk. A real relationship with God penetrates and permeates every aspect of your life, not just the parts that are convenient or that sound good. We are to live a surrendered life. It's set apart. It doesn't look like the world. Family, we want God to move mountains for us, but yet we won't cross a puddle for him. That's not real, family. We are deceived into thinking that we aren't transformed when we encounter a very, very real God. It's too much evidence to deny the existence of him. I'm convinced people just don't want to believe because, family, there's evidence everywhere, especially now. And with all these dreams of the rapture, NDEs of heaven and hell, family, it's time to get our lives in alignment. It's not time to play around. Living for the world will never satisfy you. There will never be enough women or men. There will never be enough money. There will never be enough experiences that will satisfy. It was never created to. You will always be yearning for something more because it's a broken cistern that can't hold water.
Sunday religion is not going to save us.
Man, preach, right? She's on fire. I got a few shorts.
Frank lost 30,000 followers just 2 days after posting about Charlie Kirk. Watch this.
30,000 people unfollowed me because I posted about Charlie Kirk and I said that Jesus Christ is Lord. Good. I don't want you to follow me. I don't want you to track my music. I don't want you to come to my shows. I don't want you to do any of that if you don't do this one thing, and that is follow Jesus Christ, the King of all kings, the Lord of all lords, the one who is and the one who is to come. He's coming back real soon. So if you have not gotten your heart right with him and dropped down on your knees and repented to him, today is the day. The hour is at hand. I don't know if you can feel it too. There's a heaviness. Something shifted, and I don't care. I don't care anymore. I just want you to know that Jesus Christ is here and he loves you.
Forrest Frank.
Good stuff. Got a 111 down here too. Nice. Good stuff, Forrest. More shorts. A couple of them here.
I just got out of the gym and this guy that I see in there all the time, he's got like tattoos all over him. He looks like super tough. I've been working out for like probably a little over 2 years now. There's a lot of thoughts that go through your head. Being a bigger woman, you never really know what somebody is thinking about you. And I'm not talking about like, ooh, he's checking out and I didn't want that type of attention. I'm talking about like bullies. Sorry, this just happened, so I'm kind of emotional. And I've already been like struggling with my progress over the last few weeks. This guy that I was just talking about, he's like super hardcore. And I'm walking out of the gym just now and he goes, hey. I'm like, oh my God, here we go. Because not like even 2 weeks ago, these two younger guys came up behind me. I was like leaving and they were leaving and the guy like coughed. But he said something when he coughed and it took me a while to like figure out what it was, or at least like what I think it was. The only thing I could think it sounded like was ogre. So he like literally coughed into his hand and said ogre. And as I was walking out, I could see their reflection laughing. And then so like when he was like, hey, I was like, here we go, like something else to add to my chart. And he goes, I've seen you in here every week. Almost every day. Like, seeing you in here every week, and I'm proud of you. So I just gotta
love it. Simple kindness, please. World, more kindness.
I called one of my best friends. His name's Andrew. He picked up the phone. I called one of my best friends. His name's Andrew. He picked up the phone, and the first thing he told me, Sam, I'm still lying in bed. It was 2 p.m., y'all. Have you ever had one of those days? One of those days where you want to pull the sheets over your face and do absolutely nothing? I thought to myself, if Andrew's still in bed at 2 p.m., he's probably not feeling so great. Maybe there's something you could do to make him feel better. Phone call ends, I go on his social media, and because he's over the age of 35, he still uses this platform called Facebook. and I came across a post that said, my vote for dinner tonight is #tacos. Simplest idea crossed my mind. I'm like, Andrew likes eating tacos. What would happen if I surprised Andrew with tacos? I go on Uber Eats. I find this taco dinner for 2. I purchase it, put a special note for the delivery person that says, hey, these tacos are from your friend Sam. He hopes you feel better. You know when you order food on Uber, you can watch the car drive down all the streets? Like a little Pac-Man video game? Pac-Man is a game that your teachers and staff played growing up.
This kid's good.
I finally get the notification. The tacos have been delivered. Less than 45 seconds pass before my phone rings. It's a FaceTime call from my best friend Andrew, sitting beside his wife Emily on bar stools in front of his kitchen countertop. There's a box of tacos open behind them, and they're bawling their eyes up. You ever try to cry and talk at the same time? Andrew's looking at me sounding like this. I'm like, dude, it's 2 tacos, relax. He's like, no, it's not just 2 tacos. It's all the things you didn't know. You see, you had no idea me and my wife had to shut down our business last week. You had no idea we had to lay off 4 employees because we can't afford to pay them anymore. We don't know how we're gonna put food on our table for the next 6 months. Maybe for you, it's just 2 tacos in a box, but for me and my wife, this is a moment of hope we're gonna remember for the rest of our lives. I looked at Andrew, I was like, he's like, Sam, it's not about buying people food. It is simply about recognizing that one of the most meaningful aspects in life is being of service to other human beings. I called one of my...
There's a leader right there. This young man, there's a leader.
I was today years old when I found out that someone tells you to break a leg before an audition because they hope you end up in a cast. A TV show pilot is called a pilot because it's the first time it's on air. This little piggy went to the market doesn't mean the pig went grocery shopping. It means the pig literally went to the market. Pinterest is called Pinterest because you pin your interest.
That much I know.
When someone tells you to hold your horses, they're telling you to be stable. Like a stable holds horses. Sand is called sand because it's in between the sea and land. Sand. A division symbol is just a fraction with dots replacing the numerator and denominator. Did I just not know this?
I need to go find more of those. Those are cool. Is it called etymology? I don't know. There's more phrases, I think, what I'm looking for. FBI targets left-wing Antifa. Good stuff. Actually, that's one of the announcements Trump made this week. They designated Antifa as a terrorist group, which is pretty awesome. Let's see here. What's this all about? Here we go. Actually, I guess we'll just move on because it looks like it's more stuff about Charlie, mostly, but mainly that FBI is targeting some of these loons. Good.
Looks like you.
This is a very strange. Let me see if I can make it big. Bigger.
It literally looks like you.
Yeah, very strange. Talk about multiverse. Look at this.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's so weird. It literally looks like you. Yeah. Oh my god, that's so weird.
She looks like she noticed too. Yeah, at the end, the other lady noticed also. That's pretty trippy. Has that ever happened to you?
These parents were teaching their daughter how to get out of bed on her own, and it's the cutest thing ever.
Doombreak.
Nope.
Mommy touched me.
No, you gotta land on your own.
So touch me.
Okay.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, I can't help.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
These parents were teaching their daughter how...
There you go. Little Doombreak. Good job, kid. Or child. I don't like kid. baby goats. Here's something that people have been talking about. I guess Candace Owens said this.
I'm one of the Masons of Turning Point USA. You put a... I'm one of the Masons of Turning Point USA. You put a... I'm one of the Masons of Turning Point USA.
So anyway, some people are wondering what that's all about. I don't know. You tell me. Did she mean it literally, or is she trying to draw attention to something? That's the question. Yeah, here's another. This is a better doom break. The other one was kind of cutesy, but this is a fun one. And this is a little girl's talking to her aunt. And the little girl's misbehaving, as you can see.
Was misbehaving, she pretended to call the cops, but it took a hilarious turn.
7 nights in jail. You're gonna turn the police sirens on when you're pulling in my driveway? Thank you so much.
Hello, did not come in.
And suddenly, a funny coincidence happened where a police car was just passing by.
So you better be listening for them sirens.
I don't hear them.
Here they come. She's over here! She's over here!
When her niece was misbehaving, she pretended to call the cops. Suddenly, a funny coincidence happened where a police car was just passing by.
So you better be listening for them sirens.
I don't hear them.
Here they come. She's over here! She's over here!
And the aunt hit that perfect, man. That was great. She's over here. She's over here. A closer look at the human eye. I wish I could. I don't know if I can't verify this or not, but if this is real, it's pretty amazing. You tell him, look at that. Look at that. What? I mean, this is one on my own time I'm going to look more into and try to see if I can't find some actual images. You can see it on my own. I mean, is this real? If that's real, this is one of the trippiest things I've seen. It look like fingers. Fingers under fur. It's like a monster. What do you think? Real or fake? I'm going to look more into it. You guys too, if you ever find anything, maybe you can somehow do it yourself. Just find a picture of a human eye and just magnify the crap out of it and just see if that's actually a real thing. Because that is really creepy. That's a trip. Fingers. Monster fingers. Let's check this out. He says Post Malone exposes the government, but Post Malone's in the club also.
Post Malone exposes the government. Watch this.
This man is Austin Richard Post, also known as Post Malone. He's an American rapper from Syracuse, New York, but he's also the same man who exposed the government.
The biggest lie is the U.S. government. It's not what it used to be. It used to be so sick and about the people and about freedom and all that, but now it's just bullshit. Now it's a reality show, and I think there's going to be a lot of weird shit that happens within our lifetime and within our generation that really changes the way of the world. So move somewhere, because whenever martial law is declared, or whenever the credit cards fail, whenever your cards fail, whenever your banks fail and you can't use your card anymore, you have 3 days to get out of where you are, because that's when they're coming for you. That's the big move. That's checkmate right there, and they think they have you. But move out to the country, get your scraps, stand up for yourself, build a tower, build a long road to where you can see them coming. Don't give up. America.
So there you go. I don't know. I don't know if that was. I don't know if that was before he got in the club or after. I'm not sure. Probably before, because now he's like. I showed you a video a few weeks ago. He's super skinny now, and he's up on stage wearing Daisy Duke shorts and prancing around. It's like, ugh, dude. The puppet they've turned him into. Julie, I love that. Thank you. I'm so happy and honored and humbled to have helped in any way. Of course, all glory to the Lord, but thank you so much, man. I love it, and you're welcome. I'm more than happy to have played any role in that. Thanks. All right, let's check this out. Oh, this is a great one. Breaking the news to my cat that I fed the street cat he beefs with through the window. And check out this cat's reaction. He's not happy. Watch this.
I have something to tell you. You promise you won't get angry? Okay. When I went out today, I fed that cat that you don't really like outside. Cosmo.
even the look back.
Cosmo. I have something to tell you. You promise you won't get angry? Okay. When I went out today, I fed that cat that you don't really like outside.
Cosmo. Anyway, there's that. I thought that was cute. Cosmo. It's a pretty cat.
Video goes viral with a man asking, who would you rather follow, Jesus Christ or Muhammad?
Jesus said, love your enemies. Muhammad said, before he died, Muhammad said, may Allah curse the Jews and the Christians. Jesus, before he died, said, Father, forgive them, for they don't know what they do. Muhammad owned slaves and them. Jesus honored women and covered them. Muhammad, the woman caught in adultery, stoned her to death. Jesus, the woman caught in adultery, said, neither do I condemn you, go and sin no more. Muhammad literally commands men that they can beat their wives up. Jesus commands men to love their wives. So when you compare the founders, I know you were like, interpretation and stuff, forget the Quran, forget the Bible, let's compare the founders of the religion. Your Muhammad, in a span of 10 years, started 73 wars and raids. My Jesus, in a span of 33 years, his whole life, not one war was started. In fact, when his disciples wanted to destroy a city for rejecting him, Jesus rebuked them. When Peter picked up the sword, Jesus said, those who live by the sword would die by the sword. So let's compare founders for a moment. Your founder is not my founder. My founder is a God of love, peace, prosperity. We're not the same. The Muslims want Sharia law.
It's the Muslims wanting Sharia law to reign in the West.
Yeah.
And you can listen to, is it called imams?
Yeah.
You can listen to the leaders of brotherhoods saying that we will not stop until Islam is in every home and every child. I've heard imams say, we don't care about the parents, but we are coming for the children, and children will become Muslim.
We're immigrants.
You're a refugee,
I'm a refugee. We came legally, obviously, but I love immigration in the right way. When I moved from Egypt to Australia, I was so grateful for my country. I love my country. We have an Australian flag in our office. Why? We're telling people the country that accepted me and took me in, I love it, I'm grateful for it, I'm blessing it, and I'm bringing my skill here. But what a lot of Muslims do when they move to America is they don't love the country, they hate the country. I was literally in an Uber on the way here, and the Uber was a Muslim man, his name was Muhammad, and he was complaining to me how bad it is to live in America. I'm like, where are you from? He's like, Pakistan. I'm like, why are you here? Like, why are you complaining about the country that you're in? Like,
what did he say?
That's the thing. I was like to him, why are you here? He was like, oh, I moved with my family for a better future. I'm like, so you're telling me you left Pakistan because you don't like the way you live there, you don't like Islam there, and you're moving to America only to hate America? And this is the problem. I love immigration, but if you're going to migrate to a country, you better love your country, you better bless your country, you better wave the American flag here. Don't go around burning the flag. And that's the difference between an immigrant and an enemy.
Guys, times...
Good stuff. Wow. Good stuff, sir. Thank you. And agreed. Wait. Oh, this was just, I think I got one of the videos over here on the left. No, that's something else. This is kind of a weird channel I found this week called The Chronicles of Todd. Todd Talks. And it's this guy with this cute little cat. There's Todd. But I've shown you guys on the show in the past, if you remember or not, they have these talking boards that you can buy for your cats and dogs, right? And I've seen examples throughout the years. I know I've shown some of this in the past. You may not have seen it or remember it. But they have these talking boards for cats. And here's one right here. Todd talking in sentences. Actually, here's one. Todd said something rather concerning tonight. We'll check this out. And you'll see these talking boards, like, I don't know. You'll see what I mean. See a video description explaining the boards. It says, I realized that after yesterday's video where Todd was asking or telling about Glamour not feeling well, there's a lot of new people here who were not around the last time he did this. I thought I'd replay the video from a little over 2 years ago. I came home from a trip and Todd told me that Glamour's back was hurt. And that's one of the other pets. And I'm not sure how they train the pets on this, but watch.
What about your back? Glamour. Back, Glamour? What about Glamour's back? Tell Daddy. What about Glamour back? Hmm?
That's such a cute kitty. I love all animals, but I gotta...
Front. Happy.
Oh, wow.
You think Glamour's back is not happy? Does her back ouch?
Hmm.
Glamour. Back. Ouch. Huh? Do you think Glamour's back ouch?
Aw.
All right, well, look at it.
Okay, I guess I'll move on. Just want to show some of that. But just a fun rabbit hole I found this week. I watched several of these videos from the Chronicles of Todd. If you want to go check that out. I don't know how all that works, but it's interesting. Oh, this is a weird one. Do you guys remember during the after the Charlie Kirk assassination thing, there was a bald guy, an older guy, like elderly, bald guy in the crowd that started screaming that he's the one that did it. You know, take him, I'm the one. You guys remember that? And they found out later the guy was saying he was doing it so he could make time for whoever it is that actually did it to get away. I know, weird, right? But there's people out here like this. Well, anyway, that guy, they wound up, I guess they kind of let him go that day, but later on, here's what happened. His name is George Zen. The original person arrested for the Kirk situation and then released has been charged with obstruction of justice and, so they did charge him, and possession of child naughty stuff material. He's not believed to be connected with the actual situation with Charlie Kirk. But now they've got him on these charges of having a whole bunch of naughty stuff all over his devices. And I just mentioned like last week, that's one of the ways we've seen whistleblowers talk about it too. But it's even, I think it was from my video before joining Masonry, watch this, but it was a whistleblower. But talking about, that's one of the ways they'll set people up, is they'll, put those charges on them, and even oftentimes actually put that stuff on their computer, But maybe he was a creep also. He already was a creep for doing what he did, so I wouldn't be surprised either way. I just wanted to say that.
Glitch in the Matrix stories are so scary. Let me tell you about this one.
This
We're
is a
going to call
good
her
one.
Steph.
This is a cool glitch in the Matrix story. Don't know if it's real or not, but this lady always tells glitch in the
We're going
Matrix.
to call her Steph.
Stories.
Steph had been living with her parents for a while when she decided that she needed to give back a little bit, so she was going to go to Walmart to buy them some toilet paper. They're very specific about their toilet paper, so they wanted Charmin. She said, it's expensive. It's fine. I'll go get it. She gets back to the back part of Walmart. There's no Charmin left. She kind of panics, but she's already there, and she wants to do this favor for her parents, so she reaches out to grab the Angel Soft instead, which she said she should have known better because she always gets Charmin. So just going for the Angel Soft was weird in the first place, right? So she reaches for the Angel Soft, and as soon as she grabs it, she like glitches and she's in a porta potty. She looks around. She's like, what happened? I was just in Walmart. This can't be real. Like, what is going on right now? So she opens the porta potty door and she's at a fair. And it's not just like a normal fair. She's at this fair from like the 1950s. Everyone's in dresses. Everyone's dressed nice. There she is, like just stepped out of Walmart into the porta potty. She's so confused. She doesn't know what's going on. She tries to go back into the porta potty to see if maybe she can zap herself back to Walmart, but someone else had already went in there. So she had her wallet on her. So she was like, might as well just go ahead and enjoy this fair. So she's walking around. She goes and gets a corn dog, as one would. But she only had a few dollars on her. She gets the corn dog. Turns out corn dogs were only like a nickel. So she's like, score. So then she goes and gets like a lemon shake up. She's like living her best life at this fair, but she's supposed to be back in our time, back in the 1950s is not where homegirl's supposed to be. Okay. So then she's walking around and she sees this guy, and the guy's pretty cute. And he's like, hey, what are you doing? And she's like, oh, I'm just like really weird or whatever. And he's like, well, why are you dressed like that? Like, what happened? Did you fall down? She looks down. Her jeans are ripped. Her jeans are just like destroyed. She's embarrassed now. She remembers like, hey, okay, this is like a cool fashion where I'm from. And she tries to tell him like, this is what everyone's wearing where I'm from. And he asked her like, well, where are you from? And she said, well, I can't really tell you. So they go and they play some games, and she wins a goldfish. So now she's got this goldfish, and she's like, what am I supposed to do with this goldfish? Right? I've got this goldfish and I can't just take it home. Am I just supposed to go like dump it in the porta potty? Where am I supposed to go? Do I live in the porta potty now? So he asked her like, hey, do you want to go ride like the tilt-a-whirl or something? She said, might as well. What else am I going to do? Then she sees this little girl walk by, and the little girl has like been crying apparently. She asked the little girl, what's wrong? And the girl's like, oh, I want a goldfish. She's like, oh, awesome, I've got this one. And I love that for her. We love a girl's girl. You'd be like, yes, queen. So she gives the goldfish to the little girl. So then they get on the tilt-a-whirl. But while they're waiting in line, she decides to tell the guy, because he's really cute and he's like really nice. So she tells him like, hey, here's what happened. I reached from some like what we consider cheap toilet paper, which okay, if she thinks that's cheap, whatever. But she reached for what she considered cheap toilet paper, ended up in a porta potty. She like glitched the Matrix or something. He's like, oh my gosh, that's so weird. Which porta potty was it? So she tells him it's like the third from the left. He's like, okay, when we get off this ride, we're going to go back in there. So she's on the ride with this guy. He's really cute. It's spinning. And then she remembers, oh, I don't really like spinning rides like this. This is going to make me throw up. So she closes her eyes and she reaches out to grab him. And when she does, it like feels weird. Like she's going to puke. She opens her eyes and she's back in Walmart, you guys. She's back. So what do you think? Glitch in the Matrix or?
I don't know. Cool story. Don't know if it's true, but fun story. Thanks, lady. Appreciate it. From TikTok.
This is absolutely terrifying and will be the scariest thing you see all week.
We'll
Demons thrive on grief. They thrive on tragedy.
So
and in the video I'm getting ready to show you, a demon showed up disguised as a child where tragedy had happened. I don't have an exact location. This video was presented to me as it came out of Appalachia, but I can't confirm that. Regardless of where it was at, this is terrifying. And when this demon appears as a child, I want you to pay close attention to the face. It looks halfway normal at first, but then something changes. Watch the mouth. Tell me what you think in the comments.
So this is wreckage. Look at that. Strange. You can see it's morphing. The shapeshifters. Trickster spirits. Crazy footage. Yeah, you see it shifting and trying to turn into, looks like a little child. First it looks like a little girl, then it looks like a little boy. There you go. I rebuke these things in the name of Jesus. Get away from my home. Get away from me.
Is any of this feeling off to you? At first I felt that.
I think we already
But it was off.
saw something. Yeah, we already saw this with her ring.
Quickly.
Yeah. Move on.
They're trying to trap me.
This is crazy. This guy is saying that Scientology is trying to trap him.
Is that guy like trapped in there? What are you doing?
I'm from Italy. Go me some courses.
Yeah.
And they're trying to trap me.
They're trying to trap you?
Yeah, made Corinne.
I'm with.
I'm arriving. It's Corinne.
Get out of the parking lot. Yeah. Who's Corinne? That was literally Toucan. What is going on? I don't know what's going on here. How'd you get Toucan's number?
I'm part of this.
You're part of it?
No,
Did you get a
I
pickup?
was, but now I'm not more because my card expired. Expired February 20.
So what does that card mean?
It's the introduction membership. Can we go a little far from here?
Yeah, hold on.
I don't
Yeah.
feel that safe. They're trying to trap me.
That's some pretty freaky stuff. Scientology, the cult. Dangerous, very dangerous cult. That'd be crazy if Tom Cruise came walking out to get him. Hey man, what you doing? How movie theaters change your brain. That's a good point. It's like watching the Nephilim giants, you know?
Literally change the way your brain works. We all know a small screen doesn't hit the same. Like watching Interstellar on your phone, you may not even be able to see that there's a tiny spaceship in this shot. But it goes deeper than that because studies show your brain actually acts differently in the theater. One reason for that is novelty. When an image is way bigger than you expect, like a face that's 20 feet tall, your brain registers that as unusual. So it slows down to scan it more carefully than a face on a smaller screen. Your brain is also more aroused by novelty in your peripheral vision, because that's where dangers you're not expecting would come from. On a giant screen, an explosion like this happens 30 feet away from your center of vision, which triggers a different survival response than you just got watching it on your phone, with no periphery. Interstellar's back in theaters for one day this week, which is the perfect film to see how theaters aren't just bigger screens, they actually activate a different part of your brain.
That's right. Allowing, well, also you enter alpha state, I think it's called. You're just receiving the programming. Massive Attack puts out freaky warning. Oh yeah, they were just showing there's a band called Massive Attack. They've been around for years. They're like a jam band, kind of like a Phish, Phish type band. Anyway, I guess during one of their concerts, they showed on the back of their screen all the facial recognition. So they had cameras on the audience, and they were showing all the audience through this facial recognition technology while they were playing.
Much about these guys because
That's not good. Let's see, there's another. Oops. Sorry about that. Biometric entry required, and then you get this. So that's what it is. My bad. It was biometric entry. I figured the cameras were just on them. They got their images at first, and now they flash them up on the screen after. But I just think Project Stargate, AI, the grid, everybody's going to be going through facial recognition. Be a good time to go buy one of those thin masks we've seen before to avoid the facial recognition that totally make you look like a different person. You guys probably remember those. Let's check this out.
Explains this concept.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So am I spiritually dead, you think? Like I'm going to hell, you think?
Well, let me explain it in a way that really helps.
You know, it's really cool. The guy she's talking to, his name's Nick Jones. He's gone on to become a really big, I guess you could call, Christian influencer on YouTube. I've shared some clips from him before, but this is early on, before he was even really saved. You know, check it out.
She beautifully explains this concept. Yeah, it makes sense. So am I spiritually dead, you think? Like I'm going to hell, you think?
Well, let me explain it in a way that really helped me kind of understand the spiritually dead thing. So, a glove was made in the image of a hand, right?
Yeah.
The 5 fingers. So that a hand can fit inside the glove. And with the hand, the glove is useful. You can use it and it has a purpose. But without the hand, the glove is lifeless.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Surprisingly, it does.
Okay, so track with me. In the same way, we were created in the image of God, right? So that God can live inside of us. And with God, we have purpose. We're filled with his power. We're filled with his strength. But without God, we're spiritually dead. Does that make sense?
I think it does, surprisingly. So you're saying I was made in the image of God so that God can live inside of me and give me purpose.
Exactly, yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard somebody break it down like that before.
That's so cool. But yeah, like I said, you can look up Nick. I've shared clips from him before, and I think he's really good.
Wait, you had an encounter with the devil?
Yeah, I got booked for a photo shoot. They took me all the way up this mountain. I was on top of the mountain. We finished the photo shoot. They have OD cars. Like, they got a 3-seater McLaren. They got a Ferrari. And I'm asking them, like, how y'all get all this money? They're like, we do demonic rituals. I'm laughing. No, you don't, bro. I'm like, how you get this money? Don't put me on. I'm trying to get like y'all. Like, nah, we do demonic rituals. I say, so what type of demonic ritual? He say, the Illuminati never talk to you. I'm laughing. Still laughing at him. Why y'all playing with me? How y'all getting this money? They're like, no, for real. Leonardo DiCaprio do all the initiation. I'm like, what? I'm like, who is that? What is you talking about, gang? He giving me a list of people who all did. I'm gonna keep it PG-13. He was basically saying, either you let them peg you or you do oral and you'll get whatever you want. Tell them what you want. If you want to be the next big actress, next big whoever, I can take you to somebody. And all you gotta let them do is do what they want to do to you just for a night. That's what he was telling me. I'm like, hell no, I'm playing. So I'm still not trying to believe this. Now, while they doing all this, I'm trying to call my Uber. We on top of the mountain, though. I don't got no service. The people who booked me left. After they leave, I'm in the car with the other dude that they called up to have a photo shoot with me. I get in the car with him in the 3-seater McLaren. See, on the way up, we go all the way up in the swivel, like all the way around the mountain. Yeah. On the way down, we take a right. So he not going the same way that we came up. I'm like, what the hell? So then that's what I try. I'm like, take me to go get some McDonald's. He said, we not gonna take you to get no McDonald's. We spent all this money to get you up here. This face change, gang, in front of me. You see?
Check it now, see? I'm gonna have to save this one in a folder also, another one about the shape-shifting, but the guy shape-shifted right in front of him.
We gonna get some McDonald's, gang. He said, we not gonna take you to get no McDonald's. We spent all this money to get you up here. This face change, gang, in front of me. You see Venom? Kind of like that. His face is probably about this wide. Face changed. I'm like, what the? Like, it's probably about like right here. Like, it threw me all the way off. I didn't know how to get out of the car. I would have been got out of the car. We in the 3-seater McLaren, so it's like a button you gotta push to get up out of there. Gotcha. Now he back it into somebody's driveway. He smack a mailbox. Now he hit the button and he get up out of there. I see the button. I'm getting up out of there too. I hit the button. Guess what? It's a mailman come out of nowhere. I run up to him. I'm like, hey, bro, I'm getting back your truck. He looking at me like, no. I look at him, I'm like, bro, just let me get in the back of your truck. Bro, like, please, just take me down to the bottom. Please, just take me down to the bottom. It was God. He took me down to the bottom. And I called an Uber, and I just left. The people on camera, you ain't got to believe me. I don't care. I'm not lying. I really saw this.
I believe it.
That's what, like, made me know that the devil and God was real.
You saw the darkness.
I seen it.
And now you're in the light with Jesus.
This is why I have to use my influence for good. Like how...
Good stuff, man. He learned a lesson. I imagine you see a shapeshifter in real life, it's going to change your perspective on some things. It says, this man gets it. Oh yeah, it's Billy. This is Billy Corgan. Speaking of the shapeshifters, I showed you last week that it was apparently revealed that Tila Tequila is the lady that he'd seen shapeshift twice.
Was 24 years old, okay? A year before that time, I had $1 million by the time I was 24 years old, okay? A year before that, I was making $12,000 a year working at a record store, and I was broke, okay? So I mean, we grew up in a time where millionaire, these days, millionaire is not, doesn't mean as much, but the word millionaire still meant something in my brain when I was 24 years old. So I have $1 million when I'm 24 years old. By the time I'm 26 on MTV, Platinum Records, Saturday Night Live, cover Rolling Stone. I mean, I basically did, by my mid-20s, like most of the checklist.
All the boxes,
Okay.
yes.
And I never felt this sense of satisfaction about it. And I couldn't quite understand why, because everybody around me is like, this is fucking incredible. And I was like, it is and it isn't. Okay, so to answer your question, the problem with all of it is it's transactional. Because no matter how many hit songs you write, it's always, what about the next one?
Yeah.
No matter how many records you sold, there's always somebody who's going to sell more records than you. No matter how good you are, there's always somebody telling you, writing online, that you're the worst thing that ever happened. There was always like a asterisk or a qualifier. And I mean, even my band at times was transactional with me. I mean, I would write these massive songs and they were kind of like, they didn't give a shit. It was weird.
Why?
Well, that gets into band psychology, and we could talk about it if you want. But just to finish the little spiel, only unconditional love in some facet of your life gives you the proper perspective to appreciate what is great about transactional things, but allows you to see them for what they are, which is transactional. There's no Valhalla at the top of Rock Mountain. There isn't. And I've been there multiple times.
Right.
So when I stand in front of 65,000 people, in my hierarchical mind, my family is still above that.
Right, sure.
I tell my kids all the time, and they're still little kids, and hopefully it'll endure in their brain. I tell them, because they'll come see me play. They'll come on stage with me. I mean, we pull up to where the Mets play in New York, and my daughter goes, how many people am I going to dance in front of today? And I said, well, 41,000. She goes, okay. And then an hour later, she's on stage with me dancing in front of 40,000 people. They're having these immense peak experiences. But I tell them over and over again, no matter what you see Daddy do, no matter what you hear about Daddy, good or bad, you're more important than that. You are so much more important than that to me. I would trade all of this for you.
I really like that. He's on the right track. I was even just praying for him in my mind that the Lord makes a move in his life and, lets him know he's real, whatever, help him get saved. But it's Chronicles of Todd again. Because I know he's not there, but I'd love to have him know Jesus. I think I got a couple double ups here. Yeah, I do. I knew I was going to have this. Sometimes when I'm loading all my bookmarks, the computer will freeze up, as you can imagine, so I just have to restart things, and sometimes I lose my place a little bit when I come back.
Watch how she beautifully.
And that's what happens. We're almost there. We're almost there. Let's see, which one's this? That was what we just watched. So we should be good now. Here we go. It says, somehow I missed the Nicolas Cage Jesus horror movie. I've already shown you a little bit about this in the past. The carpenter's son tells the dark story of a family hiding out in Roman Egypt. The son, known only as the boy, and this is Jesus, is driven to doubt by another mysterious child and rebels against his guardian, the carpenter. Maybe I'm wrong, but who's who? That's Joseph. Revealing inherent powers and a fate beyond his comprehension. As he exercises his own power, the boy and his family become the target of horrors, natural and divine. Even just the short clip we've seen looks really evil. Screwed up. The way they have Mary, how she looks in this. But it's the mockery of Christ time. We just saw Jim Carrey's 65th birthday where he did a mockery of the Last Supper, where he was in the center as Jesus with a big Saturn on his shirt. We got them doing Jesus Christ Superstar with that Cynthia lady that, looks pretty ghoulish. And we know she's a witch. So there's that. It's just more mockery of Christ, in these days, of course. Just before everything really pops off, right? More mockery of the King of the Universe. These guys don't know what they're playing with. This is just nuts. And it also made me think of one of the best thrillers I've seen in a long time. I really liked this movie again. Don't get mad at me. I'm not telling y'all, unless you've got the same sensibilities I do, to go check these out. But it's called The Rule of Jenny Penn. Had John Lithgow in it. He does great. He did amazing. scary, freaky character. The Rule of Jenny Penn. You can find it online, or you can find it on Shudder. I think it's playing for free on Shudder. But yeah, check it out. Rule of Jenny Penn. Woman, 95 years old, beats the fellow nursing home resident to the point where she's unalived with wheelchair parts. Wheelchair parts. She had dementia, the woman who did it, they say. They say the lady passed away Sunday night when an argument broke out between two women at the Seagate Rehabilitation and Nursing Center in Brooklyn. It just happened steps away from the beach inside the nursing center. Victim was struck repeatedly over the head with a piece of a wheelchair. Wow, that's scary. That's a horror movie. Let's see. Trying to see where they were fighting. I guess it didn't say. All right, there we go. Madness. But yes, if you like dark psychological thrillers, check out The Rule of Jenny Penn. If not, don't, because you'll get mad. You know, some people are real sensitive to those things. I'm not. I was made this way. Breaking, the FCC chairman is threatening immediate action against Jimmy Kimmel, ABC, and Disney for deliberately misleading the public, claiming that Charlie Kirk's assassin was actually a MAGA conservative. So we've seen this. Jimmy's canceled. I may have some of that up today, but it was nice to see. I'm certainly no big fan of Jimmy Kimmel myself. Check out this, again, just the nonsense happening here. This is in Scotland. 8 police officers break into a Scottish woman's house over a Facebook post. She was charged with a, quote, hate crime, unquote. Goodness gracious. Hate crime. Okay. Like these cops,
So this is 7th August.
they got nothing better to do.
This is when 8 police officers decided to come and break into my house. So this is over a hate crime, public order, section 4. This is what they ended up charging me with. Hearty words. A bit of backstory about that day. So my daughter had a hospital appointment, so I was up there dealing with that. My daughter's severely disabled, life-shortening conditions. So this is my neighbour actually coming out and telling them that. She's telling them that I have a disabled child. So she's telling them that I'm not in. I'm either up at hospital with my daughter, or I'm away taking her out. Cause I go out all the time with her. I don't sit in the house. I'm not a boarding twat. So they obviously wanted into my house no matter what. And later on in the videos, you'll see them drilling through my door. So you're probably asking why they're doing this. Why are they at my door? Let me tell you. So on the 2nd of August, apparently what these guys think is I organised a protest. Unlawful protest. Don't know how you get unlawful, because I thought we had the right to protest. So they wanted to charge me with something no matter what, because they want to prove they're basically trying to prove a point that shut down all the people that's protesting. I don't know how they're going to get that, because there's thousands of people, millions of people across the country that have the same views as me. So as well as the protests, they wanted to get me no matter what. So they must have went through my Facebook and found a post of a sport I wanted to take up. It was of a bow and arrow and a caption. Right? Now, I was putting this out to family, and basically they jumped on this post and thought I'm some sort of fucking serial killer. I am a 5-foot smurf. I dedicate my whole life to my...
All right, I'll go and stop there. Just want to play some of it. So she's just kind of narrating what he's about to talk about. The whole idea, it reminds me of the idea that what if the opening to hell really is at the bottom of the ocean, that just goes in there somehow. because there's so much undiscovered down there. But let's check some of this out. Again, this happened this week. Setting up the world for the UFOs. Here they come. Fake aliens.
These are entities that are here on this earth, that have been on this earth, that who knows how long, and that we, you know, we think they're coming in from way out. Maybe they did millennia ago, but they're here, and they're in these deep water areas. And that's why, I mean, like we say, we know more about the face of the moon than we do what's going on there. And we have a higher propensity of sightings around these 5 or 6, I believe, deep water areas. And so to me, it just it creates a question there. And then when we have naval personnel telling me that we have these sightings and that there's these underwater craft they're chasing that are doing hundreds of miles an hour, and the best we've got is something that does maybe just a little under 40 miles an hour. So I got a lot of questions about that stuff, and I mean...
let's have a look at this first of all. This is Charlie Kirk's video from last year about a UFO over Wisconsin.
You're about to see them again. Just watch up above the horizon, and they're going to get really bright, and then they're going to go away. See them? There's 2 of them right there. Those are not airplanes. Yeah, they keep circling. They just keep circling, and they're going to go away.
And there's nothing on your radar right now?
No, there's nothing there. I can zoom out.
Now the light's going out.
They're gone.
Have you ever seen anything like that before?
Wow. Nothing on the radar, but these are not airplanes, according to those 2 guys in the cockpit there.
Okay, I just want to show some of that. It's from Jason A. If you want to go to his channel, see the rest. Law enforcement is a sickness to be eradicated, says the Chicago mayor. Isn't that crazy, right? And that's one of the reasons why Trump's going to be sending, I'm sure, some troops there. So there we go. Yeah, this is one of the leaders, the Chicago mayor. The law enforcement's a sickness that needs to be eradicated. This guy's the one that's looking out for the community. How's that feel? No thanks. Another one. The district attorney, dubbed the wokest in the country, has launched a new soft-on-crime policy that's set to make her city even more dangerous. Great. Under the new policy, if police pull someone over for a minor issue, like a broken taillight, and then find illegal weapons or whatever, or drugs, the county attorney's office will no longer press charges. She claims the stops disproportionately target black and brown drivers. Here we go. Rarely result in serious convictions. Okay, so it's crazy because on the right side of the program, we see them increasing law enforcement and authority. And on the left side, we see them weakening things as much as possible. So I know it's two wings of the same bird and all. I understand. Working together, you know, and it's all just a big part of the program. We don't get caught up in the left-right paradigm. I understand that, ever. And try not to. Again, this is why I try not to put, you know, all this attention and focus on Charlie Kirk and, you know, all that stuff. Like, that's a part of that. And again, that whole thing's super smelly with the devil's fingerprints and all. An American cancer patient and Trump supporter was confronted by British police and told to apologize for her online posts or face an investigation. A mother of 2 was visited at her home in June by an officer in Thames Valley Police, from Thames Valley Police. He told her someone had lodged a complaint about her social media post. These people are just, it's insufferable. Really, police? You got nothing better to do? But again, this is that NWO tyranny.
You can come in, but you better have a damn good reason for being here. I'm a member of the Free Speech Union, and I'm an American citizen. I'll have Elon Musk on you so quick your feet won't touch.
Something that we believe you've written on Facebook has upset someone.
You're here because somebody got upset. Is it against the law? Am I being arrested?
You're not being arrested.
Then what are you doing here?
My plan was, if you were admitting that it was you who wrote the comment, we could just make an apology to the person.
I'm not apologizing to anybody. I can tell you that.
The alternative would be that I have to call you for an interview. I'm I'm here to talk to you about the allegation. They've reported it to the police.
So what?
Obviously, we get a lot of reports like that.
Are there no houses that have been burgled recently? No rapes, no murders?
Yeah, that's all going on as well. That's been...
Well, then why aren't you out there doing, investigating those?
Because I've got to investigate everything that gets reported.
Well, you're not investigating houses being burgled.
No, that's not my job today. Would you like to have a look at the comment that I'm...
I don't need to. I know exactly the things I've said. You know how many people in this neighborhood have been broken into?
I don't look after this neighborhood.
No, of course you don't, unless there's a tweet, then you do. So what? I haven't broken any laws. So you're going to be wasting your time when you can be, instead, doing things that are more important.
That's why I wanted to just come to you directly, have a chat about it.
No. You should not be doing this. I'm a cancer patient. You can see that because I'm bald.
I didn't know that before I came, but it doesn't change anything. You still can't break laws. If you haven't broken the law, then nothing happens.
Well, you know whether I've broken a law. You can judge for yourself before you even show up at my door. The public knows what you guys are doing. We know what's going on in this country. Why don't you do that? Get onto them and tell them to apologize to me, a cancer patient, a woman living on her own, who has never broken a law in her life, by the way, ever. An older woman, you tell them, I'm an elderly woman, I'm a cancer patient.
I have to come back and arrange an interview then.
Well, you can arrange it, but I'm going to tell you the same damn things that I'm telling you now. Next time, I'm going to have a free speech union lawyer with me.
Good, there you go. Overseas members welcome, $39.99 for U.S. citizens, free speech union. Check it out. Isn't that crazy? It really is, man. It's insane that they do that. She was making solid points. Why aren't you out there doing something else? This says the American... Oh, this has to do with the USAID, when they got rid of that, because that was what was propping up a lot of these propaganda people. It's saying Jimmy Kimmel canceled, Howard Stern canceled, Stephen Colbert canceled, Joy Reid canceled, PBS shut down, NPR shut down. This is just the beginning. Yeah. Yep. It's great now, but like I said, when it comes for... But the other side's had it too for years. That's why it's like... It's kind of a wash in a way. Whatever. Funny thing is, we didn't even have phones with screens that could scroll. It says how... Oh, check this out. This is interesting. This is from a news program called Newsnight back in 1999. It says, how could he have accurately predicted the future 20 years ago? Listen to this guy. It's prophetic, what he's saying.
Seeing the tip of the iceberg, I think that the potential of what the internet is going to do to society, both good and bad, is unimaginable. It's just a tool, though, isn't it? No, it's more than that. For instance, I think in the future, we'll be wasting hours and hours of our lives just watching videos of cats and dogs being adorable. And we'll share those videos with our friends. And our friends will respond not with words, but with a row of little circular laughing cartoon faces. And we'll call that progress. And also, we won't be able to watch any of those videos without having to skip an advert first. And that advert will be tailored to your internet viewing habits. Although for some reason it'll always be about some disgusting oatmeal cereal that you'll never buy anyway. And we'll also spend vast portions of our time on websites called social media sites, which we will hate, but we will have 6 different accounts for. And we'll spend most of our time looking for people online to have arguments with. And there will be far-right groups spreading misinformation about immigration on these social media sites, which will then be shared by members of our own family. And this will confirm what we've always suspected, which is that our Auntie Linda is a massive racist. And most importantly, we'll be able to access all of this on our phone. So when we go to bed, we'll take our phone with us. When we go to the toilet, we'll take our phone with us. When we come out of the shower, we'll grab our phone to see if we missed anything. And we won't dry ourselves with a towel anymore. We'll just sit on the edge of our beds, just dripping wet, scrolling on our phones.
I know, I'm beginning to wonder if this is fake too. Let me see. I'm hearing this is fake. Yeah, I was thinking after a little bit, I was like, he's just too much on the money. It's not real, bro. Yeah. So it's fake. It's AI, says. Yep, okay. Our bad. But at least we caught it. It started sounding a little too much there, didn't it? Like, okay. 33 is a nice round number for 9 families. Shandy Shook families offered $33 million settlement by Remington. Wow. With the 3 6s too. 3-6 and a 3-6. Nice. Got it. We know. Shandy Shook. This is a really good one, a nice throwback. You know, there used to be late night talk show hosts that were actually entertaining, and people loved them, you know, across the board. We had Conan O'Brien was a good one. David Letterman was good. Jay Leno. You know, there was some really good ones, some legendary ones. And, of course, now we have just propaganda, you know, every night with these people. Here's a nice little clip from late night talk show legend, Johnny Carson.
It's a danger. Why do they think that just because you have a Tonight Show that you must deal in serious issues? It's a real danger. Once you start that, you get that self-important feeling that what you say has great import. You could use that show as a forum. You could sway people, and I don't think you should. That's not what I'm there for. Can't they see that? It's a danger. Why do they...
It's a good point, right? Good point. Truly. It's what it is. Johnny, not saying he's perfect, but he's definitely was much better. This one I will probably, let me see. Oh, this is Eva Vlardinger-Broek speaking in front of the millions of British patriots at the United Kingdom rally. And let's check some of this out.
Britons, patriots, my friends. Today, I call upon all of you to invoke the help of your country's patron saint, St. George. Legend holds that St. George fought against a dragon that was demanding human sacrifice. He fought a battle of good versus evil. And today, hundreds of years later, we are still fighting that very same fight. We are fighting a fight of truth versus lies, of freedom versus tyranny, and of light versus dark. And just 3 days ago, one of our bravest warriors lost his life fighting it. So today, we also fight for him. We fight for Charlie Kirk. We fight for our nations. We fight for our children. Ladies and gentlemen, St. George's shields became your very flag.
All right, I want to play just a little bit from that. It's only a few minutes long, but you can go check out more of that if you like. Eva Vlardinger-Broek, if I said that right. Here's just a nice reminder of some of the predictive programming before the 9-11 satanic ritual to Apollyon.
The Legion of Doom is about to begin its reign of terror.
Gangway! Oh.
Love to see New York. We could all go with the bus company's special Super Sitter fare.
$9? This one's on Nick.
Let's hope Osama bin Laden doesn't know show tunes. God, I hope I get it. I hope I get it. Wait and see! Oh, you're stupid.
Well, you're stupider.
No, you're...
American defense
and destroy the Pentagon with one swift and deadly blow.
Ghostbusters to tower. We're coming in.
And I'm out of here.
That was a cool series, I thought. Batman Beyond.
falling!
Sesame Street. There you go. Just some of it. You remember him? I put a bunch of that stuff in the first scariest movie ever made. Also, apparently there was a huge cyber attack. Klaus Schwab warned us there will be coming cyber attacks.
Yes, and we're still struggling to understand what has caused this and also the extent of the disruption. And as always, when it comes to air traffic problems, of course, it only takes a very small issue for those knock-ons just to be felt for hours and hours at a time. And really significantly here, we are seeing issues at airports across Europe. Brussels, one of the first to talk about it, but also Heathrow as well as Berlin. And I'm sure we'll be hearing from others as well in the coming hours. So this disruption, we're understanding it's due to a third-party system, Collins Aerospace. They provide check-in, boarding systems as well for a number of different airlines. They are experiencing a technical issue, though I have to say Brussels Airport has described this as a cyber attack, and that's certainly what they've put in a statement which was issued in the past couple of hours, saying that there was a cyber attack on Friday night, they say the 19th of September, against the service provider for the check-in and boarding systems, they say affecting several European airports, including Brussels. They say at the moment this means only manual check-in and boarding is possible.
Ugh, that's going to hurt.
They've added that the service provider...
All right, I'll stop there, but just showing that here they are, here they come. They already told us they were going to be coming, so we can expect it. Oh, this is Philadelphia DA, District Attorney Larry Krasner, is allowing people to be blocked for attending his town hall meeting, where he plans to discuss support for the unwelcome invaders in marginalized communities. But so, yeah, this is supposed to be a town hall, right? Open to the public, open to the people. But again, man, there's been a shift in humanity. It's like people are changing. They're losing just their common decency, kindness, you know? Social, being so, somewhat appropriate when you're out in the real world with each other. No.
You're not coming into our sacred spaces. You're not coming in.
Sacred spaces.
You're not coming in. You're not coming in. Why not? Why can't I come in? Because I said you're not.
This is Larry Krasner's town hall at Mother Bethel Church at Society Hill.
Sacred spaces. You're not coming to our sacred spaces. Where are you? Where were you yesterday? You're not coming in our sacred space. As simple as that. Because I said you're not coming in.
Anyway, there's that. So thanks for the town hall. Glad that you gave the people a voice. Well, some people. This is Chris Bledsoe talking about lights being angels, the UFOs. Let's see what this here's all about. Which, yeah, but not good angels.
Chris, what are you still a Christian after these experiences?
Yeah, I've never changed.
So,
in fact, I'm stronger than I ever was.
So then you believe that you are able to come in contact with angels? Is that your working hypothesis?
That's my thoughts. Yes. That's what I believe, but I'm not 100% sure. But I can tell you, in 17 years of dealing with this, it's not tried to harm me. It's been blessings, and I've seen a lot of people healed from this. Blessings come from it. And it's in the book. There's stories about people in Washington that had blessings from this, people with cancers that disappeared. Why? I don't know. I have no clue.
Do you believe that these were messengers? Because that is the word for angel in the Bible means messenger.
Yes, I really believe. I believe that.
What is the main? Can you said you can summon them at any time? Is that correct?
Oh boy.
Well, I don't like to use that word summon because that sounds dark. But simply what I do, I walk out and usually it's connected somehow or another to where I don't have to do much but go outside. When I walk out, they see me and here they come. If they don't,
Not good.
I'll say a little prayer.
No, they're not angels.
Just like I did on the river.
They're not good angels.
And they respond to that in that manner.
So what has been their main message to you?
I think the world's in trouble, Charlie. I think we're at a crossroads and we've got to wake up. And that's the main message I'm getting here, that it's time that we all come together and quit fighting over.
Not liking it. I say he's being deceived, because I've shown you all videos of, even there's Robert Bingham. I was going to do an interview with, he's a guy, I think he's still around, that summons UFOs. He lives in Los Angeles, or he did. And there's multiple videos of crazy UFOs he was summoning, and some of them look like, flying humanoids, crazy stuff. Not good. It's demonic stuff. There was Prophet Yahweh from years ago that could summon UFOs. He did it on the live news broadcast, and it freaked everybody out, But no, these aren't angels from heaven, that come and talk to humans and come around. And no, man, they're deceivers, trickster spirits. That guy's being tricked. He done got tricked. This is, here's something, I've done a lot of looking into Obama, of course, over the years. In the past, did a lot of videos about him. But here's one that I'd never, ever heard. I've never heard this. That Obama was Hitler's grandson.
I get straight to in this video. If you're mentally weak, go ahead and scroll now. So check it. If you didn't know, Hitler is a...
I will say the information he comes up with later, though, is stuff I found, too, about Dunham. Anyway.
Rothschild. And his wife, Eva Braun, is a sister of one German scientist that came over during Operation Paperclip after we lost World War II. He was the head of NASA. His name was Warner von Braun. And think about this. Time Warner Cable, the Warner Brothers, etc. I hope y'all getting the picture I'm trying to paint. The control of airwaves and frequencies. So after Hitler died in a car accident in 1957, Eva Braun moved to America. They did not die in 1945. They faked their deaths. So when Eva came to America, she changed her name to Madeline Lee Payne. And notice how the way they said she's an American banker when she wasn't even born in America. And also where it says she's born at is false, because clearly we know where she came from. But I'm sure y'all notice her last name on here is Dunham, and I'm about to tell y'all why. She married this guy Stanley in order to change her name to hide her identity. And Stanley adopted her in order to change her name as well. Now I want y'all to look at the chin on Anne, her daughter. That's a feature you can't hide. So let's fast forward. Anne Braun got pregnant at 19 with a son named Barry to a Kenyan man in Kenya. This is why Trump was so hard on him about his birth certificate, because he was not born in America. And the story with his father is that he had other kids and he was already married, so she just moved on to the next, who was Lolo Sotoro. She married him and had a kid with him as well. Also adopted Barry as well to adopt his last name. Now, are y'all seeing the pattern between the mother and the daughter? How they continuously renaming themselves to hide their identity and their true bloodline. This is also why Trump is so hard on birthright citizenship, because this is how they've been doing stuff like this non-stop with all the bloodlines, not just them. I'm sure I know in these two pictures and the previous picture, she has that same chin. Like I said, you cannot hide that. And obviously Barry all grown up, who we all know as Barack Obama. So I mentioned earlier that they lied about Hitler's death. And his quote-unquote death hides the fact that he had 3 more children, all women, in which holds high positions in the governments in the United Kingdom, Germany, and Lithuania. As y'all can see, Obama is showing his aunts love in public. Just ask yourself why. So check it. When Hitler died in that car accident in 1957, that is what ramped up their war plans to take over America. So during World War I, they was placing towers, quote-unquote electrical poles, all over the country. After we lost World War II, they started to use them here to brainwash us and to forget the truth through radio waves. And they started to hide the truth and gave us his story, which is his lie. The Antarctica Treaty started. I mean, what's the...
All right, I'll go and stop there, but mainly wanted to get the Obama stuff in, which is, yeah. 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 There's so much around him, and the cult of Sabood, if you really want to look in and find out, he's not just, your average dude. There's a lot of things with him. UFO sighting Northwest London. It's a new one, and it was a good one. Look at this.
Okay.
Looks like that thing that's growing out of the meteor. I guess it's loose.
Oh my God. Okay.
There's something else floating out up there to the left of it, too. A couple of things.
Okay. That is mad. Oh my God. Okay. That is mad. Oh my God. Okay. Okay.
It's too bad. It's not very good. Anyway, there we go. At least we got a picture of it. Right? Like, seriously, that looks exactly like the thing that's growing inside of, out of that meteor. To me, right? It looks like, that's what it looked like when it was inside that safe. A bunch of black arms, tentacles, spikes all over the place. No actual normal form. Didn't know if there were any eyes or not. I'm not saying that's what this is. I'm just saying it very oddly, it looks a lot like it. It's strange. And it was flying. And there was something else to its side. I don't know what it was. I wish the video was longer. Oh, man, yeah. This apparently, this happened in Oakland, California, Oak Glen, and they recently had this mudslide. So don't forget the weather's still going crazy all around the world. And check this out. Yikes. Scary stuff. Any of you ever experienced a mudslide? I'm sure you've all drank them.
Music. Wow. And that would...
Why celebrities visited my voodoo priest father from Little Light Studios. Let's check a little bit of this out here.
Do a novena. Do you know what a novena is?
That's the Catholic prayer, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we would go as like a procession. And we would go from like church to church, Catholic churches. And we would light candles and we would pray to the saints.
Interesting.
If we wanted, if you wanted something done, we would also go and pray to the saints to do stuff for us. I mean, now I know that was the saints there, that's demonic. But at the time, we would join those Catholic processions and we would go do this from church to church, like in one whole day. We'd go to like 9 different churches and say, 9 sets of praying to different saints all throughout the day. And the thing would happen, like whatever you were praying for, it would happen. So now you believed that there was power in praying to saints, the same way the Catholic did.
The novena appears in the Hallow app, the Catholic prayer meditation app, and we actually did a whole episode on that with how they need to live forever however they want. And so how much do these people really know what they're getting into?
A lot of them that are seasoned, they know what they're doing.
Right.
And because a lot of time it's like a competition between them. Like I'm talking about the entertainers.
Gotcha.
You would have to have, a lot of them would have demons assigned to them. And they know this because they felt like they had to have some protection. Because the other person that was to be more successful than you are, it's like a competition between them. So a lot of them, they know, and you can tell by stuff that they wear or jewelry that they have. And even today, I can go somewhere. I'm not in that life anymore, but I can see something that you're wearing, the symbolism on it, on your jewelry. I know that you know what you're doing. So a lot of them, they know that, but it's just greed. It's just, I want this now on this earth at this time. This is what I want. And so they know that that's what they're doing. And they're somehow convinced that they'll still come out okay at the end, or when I'm ready, I can get out of it. But you really, really cannot. I mean, you can if the Lord can set you free, but on your own, you can't just say, okay,
Right. It's all about Jesus.
Good stuff. Yes, that's right. Jesus can break that spell. That's what I was saying about even with the Masons. You know, I feel that happens with a lot of them. If I had to name names, like I'd probably say strong potential for Mel Gibson being an example. People like that. There's some of them out there that I feel that they had to get into the system. They've been in it for years. But as time goes on, they find Christ, truly find him, and then they, in their own way, have to rebel against the system or whatever it is. However it all plays out. I don't know the specifics. I don't even know if that's exactly what's happening, but I like to think it is. I feel it is. I don't know, but that's Little Light Studios on YouTube. Great channel. Check them out. If you like.
Become a Christian, we still have our idols in the house.
Thai gang member becomes Christian after this happened, from Delafe Testimonies. These are really great. Let's see. We'll start here in his early years. I'm glad they sectioned these off, so we just kind of self-edit live as we go and just kind of get to the meat of it if we can. So let's check it out.
In the school. I remember the first few weeks and I went to the new school. I got bullied by a guy half my size. I'm pretty big and tall for Thai, but he was very small. And he just beat me up every day and just tried to bully me all the time. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to protect myself. I didn't know how to say anything. So I just let it be, until I could not hold anymore. So I stood up and slapped him. It was not hard. I just tried to protect myself. And that moment, one of the gang members saw it. One of the gang members in my school, this young kid, and saw it and and said to me, "That's cool. Dude, you're cool. Will you come join us for lunch?" I think they asked for lunch or something. And that moment was the first time that I feel wanted, that I feel that matter, that my life is for something.
There you go.
I think. And I joined them with a classic story of a lot of bad kid testimony, I would say. I joined a gang. I was not a violent kid. Even to now, I don't think I can fight anyone, but I just love to do bad things, to make people angry and make some people happy. I would say that. I started smoking, drinking every day, and drugs. After using drugs for a while, because of my parents' had business skill, so I was formed by them, and I just asked my friend, "Where do you get your drugs?" So they told me about the information of a drug dealer. I talked to a drug dealer. And of course I get cheaper drugs. And then I went back again and told him, "I want your drugs for free." And he was like, "What? What about I sell drugs for you in my school, in my community, and I make better profit for you in exchange of free drugs and friends?" So I did it. I gave some drugs for a kid, from the age 12 to 17, Yikes. Middle school, high school. I give them one of the kids for free, and they come back the next day, and I keep cycling them. You look cool. You're so cool. You're a real man. This is what people want to see. You can love girls. You look rich. And the cost of the tuition for a month was $30, which is not much for Thai because we made $10 a day. But I asked my mother for $400, and she's happy with that. She thought, oh, you're doing school. You're going to school? Good for you. So she just leave the money and happy with that. And I thought I would just scam my mom, get the money, and don't go to school. But I thought, it's only 1,200 baht, 1,300, something like that. And I went to school, apply, and why not I step in a class, at least one day, just to try it out. When I went to that place, I am a very sensitive person. Maybe it's something to do with drugs, I don't know. But I can smell weird things, and I can smell very strange stuff, and I can sense something different. When I stepped to that place, that building, the English school that owned by a church, I felt different when I get in. The staff was so smiley. They too happy to see me. They was laughing all the time, and it seemed kind of fake. And I get into a class. Normally, people don't want to talk to me. I'm tan, I'm dark tan, tall for Thai. I have a lot of strange smell because I smoke all the time. I used to love weed, so I just smoke weed all the time, and that's how I get to escape everything around me. It's a way that I numb myself. So I come with a smell in the room, and the teacher just smiled and greet me, just like that, and nothing else. I never seen anyone who see me for the first time and smile. And I try to joke around in the class, but teacher was so nice. My first English teacher was so nice. If I ask some difficult question to try to trick her, to make her mad, because I love to make people mad, probably the way that I want attention, because I feel like I'm matter or wanted. She just come back next day and give me an answer. I was surprised at how she treated me. So I come back, and I kept coming back. In the curriculum of the English book, they have Bible story every single day. That's it. Like, I didn't think about it. So I come to the church for the first time, and people talk about God a lot. I was wonder why they worshiping criminal. Because my understanding, I loved to read books when I was a kid. Only words criminal die on a cross. Because the worst part of dying on a cross is not about dying. The worst part on the cross is not dying. You will hang there for a few days. That is very hardcore. And Jesus died like that. Like, if he a good man, why would he die on a cross?
Right.
If he a good person, if he was somehow sent by God, why would he die a brutal way like that? There's no reason for that. I heard about this over and over, just like a little bit of pieces about Jesus, but I don't put myself there to hear. Every time I hear the word Jesus or God, I think it's very stupid. I left the conversation. I left the room. I left the place they were mentioning about God. Until that day that I was here, because I offered a drink to my teacher, and she said no. So maybe Christianity could be a way of life like Muslim. So I went there, and it was a Friday service, so they have dinner before. I did not eat any food with them. I just was sitting with one of the table.
All right, I'll go ahead and move on from now. Sometimes I just want to keep on with these, but I watch these in my own time, but they're so good. But if you'd like to see the rest, it's at De La Fe Testimonies. Every one of them's good. I don't think I've ever seen a bad one. They're just really amazing. Albania appoints chatbot as world's first AI government minister. That's a big deal. That's a real big deal. That's some scary stuff. Moving into that, like a real AI age, where it's like, in the future, there won't really be humans on television telling you things. It'll be AI, AI like that. Albania has become the first nation in the world to appoint artificial intelligence. Got that. The bot's named Diela, or Sun, S-U-N, sun worshippers, in Albanian, is the country's new minister for public procurement. After Prime Minister made the official announcement earlier this month, predicting that Diela would help Albania, known for a legacy of public corruption, work toward the goal of making public tenders corruption-free. Wow. Originally launched earlier this year as a consumer-facing chatbot for the Albanian government website, Diela, which was created using AI models from Microsoft, has already helped citizens and businesses apply for state documents and other services using voice commands. Wow, there we go. Let me see, what was this? AI in the first address to Parliament. Wow. This AI-generated minister said, not here to replace people, but to assist them. Sure, that's how it starts. All right, we got it. That's really crazy. Trump designates Antifa as major terrorist organization. It's a good move, I think.
It's been
I say.
romanticized, but
Ex-Druid high priest and witch exposed the spirit world from strange normal. Let's see if I could jump in. I think it's here. Check a little bit of this out.
because everyone has their, where Satan is so smart. He knows what everyone's into, what their weaknesses are, and what's going to attract them, what he pulls on heartstrings.
Yeah, I see that all the time. Like Oprah Winfrey shows or something, or even Steve Harvey. Like they'll have these channelers come on. These are people who proclaim to be Christian. Like Oprah doesn't anymore, but Steve Harvey does, and Kelly Clarkson. They have channelers come on their show and say like, "Oh, your grandma, she's telling me something about a necklace she gave you," and the people in the audience just weeping, like, "Oh, yeah, he's just pulling on the heartstrings, man."
Now, did you guys have any channeling or mediums going on? I mean, you were talking to trees, I guess, or these entities, but did you guys use mediums? Any other kind?
And if I can add to that, when you were talking to, or when you had these mediums, or without the mediums, did you actually physically see anything other than just hear things in your head when you're talking?
Well, it's interesting that on this channel we talk a lot about orbs with the UFOs, and at first they would start as an orb.
See,
and especially
I said that all the time. That's what they are. That's like their normal, like that's just their average modem. Their mode is the orb, and then from there they can turn into whatever,
the fairies. When we would talk with the fairies, they would start off. It would be interesting. We would be out camping, and we would have a ritual, and
they would get very active.
The entire campgrounds would be nothing but these orbs floating everywhere. It would be all over the place, not just this
that big upside down cross at the top of his shirt.
One or two or whatever, but they would just be everywhere. And we believed that, we were in a fairy city. That's where they lived at. And they were coming and going quite frequently there. And then eventually there would be some of them that would manifest into more human-like form.
Really?
Tricksters, shapeshifters.
Amazing to me that when people think of demon, automatically in their mind they're thinking horns, teeth,
evil.
But fairies. I mean, we're talking about Tinkerbell. Stuff that is in kids' movies, Ferngully, Tinkerbell, all about fairies, and you think, oh, that's cute, you know, and no parent really has a red flag about putting their kid in front of a fairy movie.
Right.
But these are another form of demon, mermaids too, and stuff like that.
If you even look at the history behind fairies, and in America it's been very romanticized, but the stories are very horrifying, where they would, you know, they would steal your babies and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
But of course, you know, they want to be your friends. And so they'll make you think that, you know, if you follow into a certain guideline or path or whatever, that you know, you can be one with them.
Yeah.
Did you have to be on any type of drugs or anything to? I realize this is a silly question, maybe, but a lot of time we've heard that ayahuasca, DMT are big players in this communication with demonic entities. In Druidry, was it encouraged to be on a type of substance in order to communicate with these orbs, or what?
Well, if you ask Druids, it depends on what crowd. It's not necessary. There are some Druids, you know, they're into naturistic things, so they'll use the mushrooms.
Good boy. All right, so we'll move on. Strange Normal. Also, I meant to say it's 4 hours into the show, just over. Just want to shout out you guys. We just had over 1,000 most of the show. We're just under, but still, you know what? I'll take it. I'm happy to have anybody here. So thank you so much, each and every one. I always truly appreciate your precious time here, man. Thank you. Thank you, Tamara, my friend, of course, for holding it down. Just thank you all for being here. Thank you also to all of you who support my videos and shows, who support my work. Some of y'all have been doing it for years and years and years, but if you're old school or new, just thank you for sure. Thank you. And please do support the videos and shows. There's links below. And that's it, man. I love you guys. I appreciate you being here. There's still plenty to go. And let's move on. This is from Strange Normal, a new channel I just found this week. I'm not crazy about the upside down cross thing. I don't know what their explanation would be for that, you know? Especially so prominently right there. Let's move on from that. I don't know if this is this is Touching the Afterlife. Familiar spirits had her spiraling, but this got me out, it says. So let's check some of her testimony out. I think she just got right into it. All right, let's see.
Working these 3 jobs, she needed help with me, and this guy that came into her life, you know, he seemed cool, he seemed amazing, and I didn't know this until probably a couple of years ago, but he was actually married when he came into her life. So she was committing adultery with him at that time, and he came into her life, and she ended up first he was not living with us. He was living about 5 minutes away. So she would drop me off at his house while she would go to work. I would go stay with them. And the thing about this is that it kind of got tricky because we built a relationship. We built a very strong bond. He would take me to places like McDonald's to play in a playpen. He would take me to get milkshakes, take me to skating rinks, stuff like that. Like, he would take me to a lot of places that kids like to go in the attempt to do something very demonic to me, right? So in this process, I would go to his house and I would see all these, this is at the age of like 4, and I would see all these CDs of women that were naked and, like, you know, pornography videos and stuff like that. I would see a lot of videos like that, not knowing what it was, but I was very interested to see what it was. But nevertheless, I can't really remember what happened at his house. But I do know that a year or 2 later, he ended up moving in with my grandma. So then I was about 4 or 5. And during this time, he would essay me. He would do certain things to me that were obviously.
Let's jump ahead.
Every day, mind you, God was not in my life. I went to church, like I said, every Sunday with my grandma, but the lifestyle that my grandma lived was not it was not contrary to God. It was very contrary to God. Like it wasn't. She said she believed. We went to church, but I never had an understanding of who God was, Jesus, anybody. Had never opened the Bible. I knew the Lord's Prayer because my grandma would say it with me every night. But then it's like following up on that, she would cuss me out or she would abuse me, like mentally, physically, emotionally, she verbally, like, and that was one thing that she definitely did was, why are you here? No one loves you, no one cares about you, you're never here, we don't even want you here. So I will only stay at my dad's house for a period of like 1 or 2 days, and I would call my mom and I'm like, I'm ready to go home. And then I would go back to my grandma's house just to get touched. But sadly, my grandma's house was like the safest place, even though it really wasn't. But it was like the place where I actually felt like nothing was happening to me when really that was kind of the worst. Um, so I like begged my cousins and like, can I please come stay with you guys? Because that was the only time I really had peace. And even when I used to go to my cousin's house, they would show me porn. They would, because that's what time she got off of work. So she would call me at 11. I would go to a corner. I would act like I was asleep. Hey, I'm at home. And she'd be like, bye, go to sleep. Just me. No love. It was just super, super weird. So like, that spirit in my grandma started to carry on in spirits of boyfriends that I had and girlfriends that I had in college. All of my girlfriends and my boyfriends in college treated me as, okay, if I got essayed as a child, now I'm gonna only fornicate with people I want to fornicate with. You can't take time. So the last girl
Darn, let's get to it, lady.
reading, then I started listening to podcasts in my ear as I was working. I would listen to like Joel Osteen,
Oh boy.
and I would just man, I was just like, man, this is such good stuff. So I was getting closer to God. And then but I was still sinning. I was still sinning bad. I was still homosexual. So then when I went out with that girl and I met this dude, he completely turned me away from God. Like he would always tell me, like, you don't have to pray in Jesus' name. You know, you could just say a prayer and say amen.
I'm just going to move on. This one's taken a little while to get to the end, so I'll move on from there. But typically really good stuff on that channel. I want to move over here now, do a few headlines, then we're going to check out a few Mavi videos. The Earth has been rocked by nearly 500,000 earthquakes so far in 2025. That's a lot. Earthquakes in diverse places, FCC Chair Carr warns we're not done yet after Jimmy Kimmel suspension by ABC. Cool. After Kimmel's suspension, Trump wants Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers next. Oh boy. On a roll here. Charlie Kirk shooter had disturbing and sick secret kinks, including furry shades of gay game. So there's that. That's really sad when people are in that mindset, like they're so devolved. And I just, the demons have got to be laughing, rubbing their hands. Like debase people in this life, and then they get to just mess with them forever. Forever, ever, and ever. So I got to definitely pray for these people. It's slaves. They're slaves. Country music star John Rich claims Joel Osteen will never preach about end times. Yeah, that's the truth. That's why when that girl mentioned Joel Osteen, it's like, oh boy. Because, I remember, we're all on our path and our walk, and, maybe that, and she learned later, because I did. Because this even goes back when I was in Los Angeles working on the TV show Big Brother. And it's a house set that's on CBS lot, and there's windows or mirrors everywhere for them, but they're double. It's like a mirror to them, but it's like a window on the other side. And there's a track that goes all around the house, covering all the windows, and there's a camera on it. So there'd be camera people pushing along the track and following and recording through the mirrors. It happens all the time, and it's 12-hour days I'd work on there, but sometimes you'd have some time where you could just go kind of get lost for a while, so I would do that a lot. I would go back where the track was, and I could just, you're just watching the show live. It's just kind of cool. But it's just your job, I still watch the show. I'm watching this season, Go Keanu. That's all I'm saying. If anybody's watching Big Brother this season. But anyway, back then I was big into reading Joel Osteen books. Like I read 3, or a few. Maybe it was 2. Anyway, but I would go into that dark room. You could hide underneath the track, go into the corners and stuff. Nobody would see you. Sit there with your phone light on and just read away, you know. That was a long time ago. But then as years went on, I started learning more. I got into what I do now, of course, for so long, being online. And I really woke up to a lot of things, of course. Then I realized, you know, what a snake he is and how dangerous he is. And, you know, never really talking about sin, you know, how important it is to try to you know, reflect the Lord in this life, you know, really try to be like him, do what he says, not just listen, not just say the words, but really have it in your heart. Try to be like him, emulate him, try to conquer sin, which again, we're not perfect, never will be, but that's something we have to, you know, get over, you know, or it'll get over you, right? Anyway, I think that's that. John Rich. 2 men were found hanging from trees in Mississippi on the very same day. It's so weird. First incident struck at Delta State University. Campus police found the body, 21-year-old student, in a tree. Described by friends as bright, ambitious young man. But the coppers are saying that he did it himself. Let's see, where else? Let's see. Trying to see. Oh, just hours later in Vicksburg, another grim scene unfolded. At around 10:30 a.m., authorities recovered body of 36-year-old Corey Zacchaeus, homeless man, up in a tree. Here we go. All right. Interesting. I wonder if there's any connection. Elderly, oh, we saw this earlier, the nursing home incident. The rule of Jenny Penn. Jenny Penn, yeah. Dearborn Muslim mayor unleashes on Christian resident at city meeting saying, "You are not welcome here." Right. Showing more of that divide. Fans erupt in jubilation as judge dismisses terrorism charges against Luigi. And did you see this footage? I thought I had some. But there were like fans outside the courtroom. A lot of them, there's some. See the Free Luigi sign in the bottom right. And a lot of them were dressed like Luigi, the character from Mario Brothers. But he has a huge fan base. A lot of ladies are crazy about him too. Just cheering him on. But, you know, he's a cold-blooded killer too, you know. So, again, it shows that shift in the world, in people. Just kind of, people are sick, you know, worshiping evil or evil acts. You know, Pam, I don't know much about that kid, or young man. Pam Bondi warns that hate speech that rises into threats of violence is not protected by First Amendment. Yeah, well, that's true. I'm with that. I don't like the hate speech thing, but mysterious ancient papyrus confirms Bible story of the 10 plagues. It's very cool. It's at the Dutch National Museum of Antiquities, apparently. Welcome to the future of relations, naughty relations, and why every parent in America should be absolutely terrified. I think we talked about this yeah. Oh, crap. All right, it won't let us read it. But I saw a word, and it was the cyber brothels, which is a thing. I think they're in Germany, cyber brothels. Hegseth orders Pentagon officials to track down military service members celebrating what happened to Charlie Kirk. Growing number of teachers, firefighters, and officials put on leave or fired over the disgusting posts about Kirk. We've seen that before. got some. Oh, I thought I had some Mavi. Here's a little short one. This is a weird one too. More gold and Trump stuff. Now there's a golden Trump statue mysteriously appears at the Capitol. Have you guys heard about this? Let me see. Yeah, they're going to get into it here.
We have a mystery on our hands, folks. A 12-foot tall golden statue of Donald Trump mysteriously appeared at the Capitol just a day ago, and he is standing here holding a Bitcoin in his hand, holding it out in the direction of the Capitol building on 3rd Street.
You can see it right there.
And this seemed to have just popped up out of nowhere. I did my research and found out this is actually a marketing stunt for some lame pump and dump meme shitcoin scam.
Yeah.
It's called DJT GST. It went to zero very quickly, as you could imagine. But the first thing I noticed about this is that it's monstrously ugly. That's the most important takeaway here. It should not be on public display.
All right, there we go. So mystery solved on that one. But still, the whole golden thing with Trump, there's a lot of that. Dozens of UFOs have arrived in China's skies. We got some from Mavi UFO Alarm. You know what this is? To me, this is the ghost lights, but next level. Like Blue Beam's stepping it up a little bit. Look at this. This is China. Right? It's the ghost lights again. But look at them, man. See, now they're... But we've seen them do these things before. Like, you know, dancing together in the skies. But just imagine, again, and we've seen these all over the world. Same thing. It's always on the clouds. Because they got to shoot the beam down, the light down. And then they can just make them move around however they want. Even synchronized. Right? And then turn it off. Coffee break. Now the next guy jumps in. Those look like UFOs. So I could probably make tons of those. Show up in the skies all around the world at the same time. Then maybe they'll have in some of the big cities some actual ships flying low so people can see they're real. Just kind of, you know, thinking, wondering. But just imagine that all the people most people don't see things the way we do here. They don't see the setup like this. And it's just imagine how many people are going to be fooled. They're going to be tripping out, man. And stuff like this pops up all around the world. Yep. Lights out, then this turned on. These two things that look like UFOs. All right. Good catch, Mavi. As always. Big fan. Mavi UFO Alarm. Big fan. Oh, there's the creature. All right. I think that's it on this one. Got a couple more from Mavi. Let's see. Here's a pretty good one. There's a couple on here, I think. Cool. There's no music. All right, fair enough. What else I got? Oh, the ghost lights again. Now look at them here. It's actually what I meant to show you. In Indonesia. So September 13th. So the first one's in China. Now we're in Indonesia. That's right, the music's back. All the music's copyright on this. Check it out. They're back. Again, synchronized on clouds, not from below. It'd be so obvious. People would know. They'd go find the spotlights. It's from above. It's blue beam beaming down and creating this. Right? Putting on a show. We've been watching on this show for years now. Thanks to Mavi. Sometimes I find them other places for years. And they're all over the world. They've been everywhere. Been in America too. And it's just been it's a part of the program. You know, putting it out this many years. That's what it is. So it prepares us, prepares the public. It puts it in their minds. They know they're going to tell all their friends, oh my gosh, we saw UFOs. Stories just go on, connects everybody. Everyone knows they're out there. So when the big show comes, which is soon, the people will have already been programmed to accept this, to be ready for it, and to believe, most importantly, to believe. Well, I knew someone that saw one years ago. I saw one. You know, just, that's what it is. Heavy programming, man. Crazy times. Isn't it nice to know? Isn't it nice the Holy Spirit lets us into these things? Gives us spoiler alerts on the devil's devices. I love it. Good. We won't be fooled, and we'll do our best to not let other people be fooled either. All right, here's a cool one. Speaking of orbs. This one goes down the hill. It's pretty cool. But remember, that's just kind of like their main mode. They can turn into whatever after that. There it is. Peekaboo. This guy needs to set down the coffee. There's a couple of them coming down the hill. Just floating down the hill, figuring out what we want to turn into. Good catch. Real good catch. Until they come flying up at you. Alright, guess that was it. Thanks, Mavi. I think that was it on this one. Yeah. Alright, good stuff. Moving on. 2 clowns arrested after harassing women in Bitter Lake from 5 days ago. Here we go with the creepy clowns again. It's definitely not on the level it was back in 1718, I think. And I found all my creepy clown videos where I did compilations of all the stories. So they're over on whoiskjosborne.com. Some of them may be on Rumble, some of them may be on BitChute, but because I use both sites to kind of put them and then embed them into my site. But yeah, you can go find those there if you're interested. 19-year-old man and a 17-year-old boy were arrested early Monday after harassing 2 women while wearing clown masks and brandishing weapons in this Bitter Lake neighborhood. Around 12:20 a.m., officers were flagged down by 2 women on Aurora Avenue North. The 2 women said they had been approached the night before by 2 masked males near North 128th Street. One suspect appeared to be holding a weapon, while the other reportedly adjusted his waistband. Fearing abduction, the women ran. While speaking with the victims, officers saw a car matching the suspect's vehicle pulling into a nearby fast food restaurant. They initiated contact with the two suspects inside the car. Officers saw clown masks and the magazines for the weapon. 19-year-old admitted to the incident, claiming it was just a prank. They showed officers a video of the encounter, and they were both arrested. Ha ha. But yeah, that's not a funny joke. It's not a good prank.
They got him. Probably got him a long time ago, but they got him. What in the Mickey 17 is going on with Eminem or NNN or whoever this guy is? And what is going on with his eyelid? I don't know how you people in the real world or in fantasy land, should I say, don't recognize what's going on here. You guys want to say, oh, it's Botox, it's plastic surgery, it's so Ozempic. No, it's not, bro. It's the soul. Something ain't right. Vacant eyes, robot eyes, weird eyelid, Tyler Perry's eyelid in reverse. Something ain't right about you. Someone grab him some clippers. His fucking beard is weird. But in all seriousness, they gave him dark hair, black eyebrows, and a beard to throw you off to the fact that these aren't the same people. He looks like a wax figure doll. I'm just gonna be straight up and honest with ya. The dude looks plastic. Eminem before, not a bad looking lady. Eminem today, he looks like a literal wax figure.
He does.
When were your services, dude? He looks like he got his makeup done at the funeral.
I was going to say, man, seriously, look at that skin. He's got to be wearing makeup. I mean, age spots, freckles, scars. We all get them. I've got mine.
To be honest with you, how do you go from having normal looking eyelids to having an eye crease so extreme that it looks like it was drawn on with permanent marker? What the F did you do? He also looks like,
even right there, his freckles disappeared.
Eyelids. To having
See that?
normal looking eyelids.
Like right there, he's got freckles all up here around his nose, got some here on the side, right? Little freckle face. But then,
To having an eye
no freckles. No more freckle face.
crease so extreme that
Yeah,
it looks like it was drawn on the
he's a weird one, I'd say. Unfortunately, if that's even him anymore, but certainly was part of the club.
Kris Jenner is the new face of MAC makeup, and every time I see a picture of Kris Jenner,
Hey, Ryan MC, thank you very much. Says, heading out to church, thank you for these streams, videos. What do you think the triangle meant during the credits of Weapons? All-seeing eye. Man, I need to go back and look at the credits again. I don't know if I remember that one. But I hope you saw my video where I talked about Weapons, because there was so much in there. But yes, I'm not sure. I'll go back and look. But probably something to do with the club, The pyramid is our enemy in that respect. But thank you, man. Enjoy church. Appreciate it. All right, let's check this out.
Kris Jenner is the new face of MAC makeup, and every time I see a picture of Kris Jenner, I ask myself, how? And I understand that they say that it's plastic surgery, you guys, but I'm kind of not buying it. There's only so many ways that you can stretch the skin, especially at almost 70 years old. I don't think it's just plastic surgery. If you want to try to convince me that there is a way to make a 70-year-old woman who has had numerous plastic surgery procedures look younger, if not the same age as her 30 and 40-year-old daughters, okay. But how are we aging in reverse at the neck? And she's not the only one. The same goes for Martha Stewart. Aging just like everybody else, and then one day, aging backwards from the toe up. What's going on? Is there some kind of elite flappy neck procedure that us peasants don't know about yet? Because how is this happening?
Look at that.
Like I've said, there's only so many ways.
Did you see that picture of her? Look at that.
Like I've said, there's happening. Like this happening.
Look at that picture of Martha Stewart. Remember, she looked like, older like 30 years ago. Not to be bad, but it's true. And now this. So yes, something, right, is happening. As we know, it's either, excuse me, there's the whole clone side of all of this. And, then there's the blood side of it too. Drinking all that up. Sucking in all that young energy.
Like I've said, there's only so many ways you can stretch the skin, you guys. And this person looks nothing like this person. This person is flawless. Almost 70 years old.
Look at that.
84 years old. What's going on?
Something ain't right. I'll tell you that. Something ain't right. Those Holly
I hope you guys are
weirdos.
ready for a shift.
Oh, he's talking about the golden statue. The golden statue with the Bitcoin. Let's see. Is this the latest update?
Story.
No, we saw that one earlier. Don't forget, here's our little monster buddy. Look at it. It's really moving around, too. Let's watch this one. I don't think we've seen it, like, in this state, moving around so much. Oh, wait. This is the update. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, he had to move it. The thing's gotten so big. Here, I'll just go ahead and let her tell the story. Let's go ahead and watch the whole thing here.
Well, here is your update in regards to the whole Panama meteorite alien situation. And this is, I'm going to try to be quick, but there's a lot of information I need to get out there. The meteorite that crashed down in Panama was found by a man named Ken. He started documenting his journey from the beginning, and now what we're potentially looking at is the end. And he states that he experimented on it, exposed it to sunlight, touching it, exposed it to his DNA, and also exposed it to water, and then something started growing out of it. And now it's gotten out of control. He physically is losing weight. He's fearful. He's scared all the time. He's hearing things. He's feeling as though people are watching him.
Well, I'm sure they
And
are.
he's having to actually move this thing around, which is just crazy. Now he has the threat of the removal from TikTok by TikTok guidelines. There's a couple of pictures that I've attached to the video. The first one that he received some sort of community guideline violation, and they may be removing the videos. The second one is that he was told by unknown persons, he doesn't name them, that he needs to state these are fake and it's all for entertainment purposes only. So you'll have to decide on yourself if this was real. What I can tell you in investigating this, watching this from the beginning and now potentially to the end, is he was an everyday guy. I went back through his videos. He just documented his normal things, his life, where he lives, places where he would go, just normal, everyday Joe Schmo type thing. He's not a video creator. He's not an investigator. He doesn't go out of his way to look for the paranormal or look for UFOs. And his videos, I want to make this really, really clear. His videos are very raw. They don't have that technique that a lot of us creators use to refine these videos, make them look nice, make them look, more appealing. He doesn't have that. All of these videos are just raw and uncut. It's like he's filming what he's seeing and what he's experiencing, and that's what I honestly
Why our
love
audio's going
about
down.
his whole situation. And now he's being pressured to tell everybody it's all fake.
Her audio's not
We
coming in
truly
good.
don't know.
There we go.
Whatever that thing is, if he made it, then he needs to be in the industry, the Hollywood makeup artist industry, because for something like that to be made in Hollywood, it would take thousands of dollars, and I don't think this
Look how
man
big it
has
is
that.
now.
But again, he is now posting odd photos of where he's claiming this is all for entertainment purposes only. I will still keep track of the story and keep tabs on it, but I would not be surprised if his account and all of his videos disappear, just like the Andrew Dawson, and we don't hear about this anymore. Take a look at the video, comment below, tell me what you think.
Kill the music. We were talking about a time travel movie. I was talking about the one, maybe it's Time After Time. It's the one where, I guess it's H.G. Wells goes back. It's Malcolm McDowell, and he goes up against Jack the Ripper. Like, no, it's H.G. Wells. I can't remember who was, but there's a character in there that, we'll talk about it later. Let's watch this now. But yeah, Time After Time, I'm not sure. Malcolm McDowell, time travel movie. He makes a time machine. Jack the Ripper finds it and goes back in time to modern New York and starts doing bad things. Really good movie. Anyway. The music. Look at this. I mean, what are we dealing with? Look at this, man. That's how big it's gotten now. It looks menacing. So far, I guess it hasn't tried to attack him or anything. And look at the little glowing, like black goo and nano, somebody said earlier. And it's moving. Look at that. It's just moving. I mean, this guy, like I said, if it's totally real, this dude is, he says, you want to tell me it's fake? Now the removal begins. Oh, this isn't even the most recent. There's actually another one, guys, coming up. There's even more recent. It's even bigger now. You'll see. You'll all see. Is this the one? Yeah, I think this is it. Okay. Yeah, this is it. Yep. Look how big it's gotten now. This is the most recent. Okay? And now look how big it is.
Venom thing that he has, but I can't help it. So the next two videos are actually 2 days worth of updates. Starts on the 17th and ends with today's current day. Those who firmly believe this is fake, this guy has to be a genius if it's fake, because
there we go. Look at that. That's its current state. Remember, look at that. Remember how little it was in the rock in the beginning?
Querían verlo. Ha crecido bastante.
I guess it doesn't eat or drink. I wonder what happened if you cut your finger and let some blood drip in there, just out of curiosity. I know. Maybe that's not a good idea. I'd be curious to see if it would do anything. I feel like it could jump up at him at any time. Kang says it probably feeds off emotion. Yeah, probably.
A muchos les gusta. A otros les aterra.
It's nightmare fuel. Yeah, someone said give it a mouse. This is when he first moved it. He's holding it. Look at that. Well, no, he's not holding it. He's got the sticks. And that's him dumping it in there. And it didn't even look at that. It's moving. He didn't like that. Yeah, it's kicking around. Don't drop it. And then look at it kicking around in there. It's not very happy. And look, it wasn't even as... Now it's bigger than when you put it in there. So, yeah. We'll see, man. We will keep watching that one. That is super cool. Like... I mean, hoping it never hurts anybody, but that's just amazing. He needs to be careful. Again, if it's all completely legit, he needs to really be careful, and who knows, who's watching. Dearborn, Michigan resident posting this. This is what they're forced to listen to 5 times a day. They have to listen to this throughout their entire city, and this is just like some little suburban neighborhood here, it looks like. But this is, again, it's a setup. Super cool if it's real, Joey. I don't know for sure. But if it's not, of course it's not cool. I get you. Imagine having to listen to this 5 times a day. there's that. It's too bad. Michigan. Do we have anybody from Michigan in the audience or listening later? Let us know. There it is again. Oh, this is Elon's son. So this is just, if anyone's been wondering what Elon Musk's son has been up to, this is it. In a fashion show. There you go. Yes, his son. It's crazy, right? So here's something that would be good for sure, because President Trump's hinting that the Smith-Mundt Act will be restored, which it should be, because Obama's the one that removed it, and that was where the government cannot openly produce propaganda on the people. Crazy, right? That Obama, of course, made sure that was taken out. And now we have what we have, right? Fake news world, you know?
A landslide times two. When you have that level of popularity or voter support, as I did in the last election, and yet 97 and 94%, different numbers, you see different numbers with different stats, but 97, 94, 95, 96% of the people are against me in the sense of the newscasts are against me. The stories are they said 97% bad. So they gave me 97. They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad. See, I think that's really illegal, personally. You can't have a free airwaves. You're getting free airwaves from the United States government, and you can't have that and say, and somebody that just won an election, and I had to go through this during the election. I think it's a miracle that I can win when 97% of the stories on the networks are bad, or whatever it may be, whether it's 89, it doesn't matter. It's a tremendous number. You know it, you report it all the time, and it changes. But when you have that kind of a negative reporting, fake negative reporting, when they take a great story and they make it into a bad story constantly, that's what they do. Look, 60 Minutes took Kamala's answer and they threw it out and they gave her a different answer so that she sounded competent. When things like that happen, George Slopadopoulos from your network, right? George Slopadopoulos had to pay $16 million to me because of what he said. And that's ABC. You had to pay more than that. Your network had to pay more than that. So I think it's very sad. But I think that reporting has to be at least accurate to an extent. Again, when somebody is given 97% of the stories are bad about a person, that's no longer free speech, that's no longer anything, that's just cheating. And they cheat. And they become really members of the Democrat National Committee. That's what they are, the networks, in my opinion. They're just offshoots of the Democrat National Committee. Mr. President.
All right, there we go. Just wanted to hear a little bit of that. Yeah, Smith-Mundt Act, super important. Oh, this is for Monday's show, actually. I think I've already got it up there, but just in case. It's Monday subject. Japan's innovation is on another level. So true, man. This is just incredible. Check this out. I probably have to mute it, but...
Japan is living in the future, and here's why. Smart public toilets.
Look at that.
Japanese toilets are a marvel of technology. They feature heated seats, self-cleaning systems, and even slots to sanitize your phone. Hygiene has never been this futuristic. Cool police uniforms. Police in Japan wear uniforms with built-in fans to stay cool while managing traffic in the heat. Innovation meets comfort on the streets. Juice on the go bottles. Japan's portable bottles can make fresh juice anywhere. Just add fruit, and it's like carrying your own personal juice bar.
That's really cool.
Futuristic grocery carts. In Japan, shopping carts double as payment systems. Load money, scan items as you shop, and see your total instantly.
Beast system.
A quick card scan at checkout, and you're done. No lines, no waiting. Japan's innovation is on another level. Which one amazed you the most? If you're not following your...
It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I've always been fascinated with Japan, and it'd be really cool to go there someday before everything goes to rot. Speaking of rot, brain rot reels. I first saw our friend Static Driver. Christopher was sharing some of these, so thanks, Chris and Christopher. And these are really great. These are little AI videos, and this one's about Cracker Barrel. I know AI, but it is really good for producing things like this.
Welcome to Cracker Barrel. Y'all come on in and make yourselves cozy. We got some good fixings cooking up for you. Would you just look at this grub right here? Home-cooked meatloaf, y'all. It don't get much better than this. Y'all love a good, old-fashioned home-cooked meal, right? We ain't got no meatloaf in bags cooking her in the microwave. Y'all think it's easy cooking all this food for all these people every day? Ha ha! It's like giving slop to pigs. All y'all talking about how hard our biscuits are. These things are soft and fluffy, y'all crazy? Well, thanks for stopping by, y'all. These new age folks are taking over. Ha ha! Thought they could just get rid of me. Well, I ain't going nowhere. It weren't always like this, you know. There was a time when the sun shone brighter. See y'all around.
Nice. It's perfect for spooky season. There's Cracker Barrel. I know I've got another one up here. Yeah. Brain rot reels. This is Wendy's. I guess there's a bunch of these. I think I'm only sharing two, but thanks, Static. These are something else. All right, let's check this out.
Welcome to Wendy's. I hope you're hungry, and we just got a fresh delivery of meat and fries that's got your name on it. People love to eat here. It's almost like they can't stop, and truthfully, I don't want them to. Want a single? A double? Maybe a triple? Don't forget some bacon. We got whatever you need. Don't you just love French fries? We can biggie size them for you so you won't ever have to worry about running out. Fat and happy. No need to worry about cholesterol or sodium. You only live once, right? Where's the beef? We got you.
Did you ever notice the subliminal programming on Wendy's? Because they really do have something like that on their neck. But it spells out mom. See where it says M-O-M? And go look at the actual Wendy's logo. And that's what it is. It's mom. Little stinkers. There's a really crazy one on Marlboro cigarettes. This was I found out later that was a parody. I thought it was real when I first saw it. Look at these. I just put in large robot dogs here in the search engine. And they got some crazy stuff coming out. Israel bought robot dogs from an American company called Ghost Robotics to help them do their thing, I guess. The sprint to Skynet continues. Amphibious armed Black Mirror dogs. Yeah, look at this. Turn the music off. Let's imagine that thing coming at you. You're just out kayaking, minding your own business. It's like missiles. And these are all things they're going to use to hunt down people during the 7-year tribulation. God's wrath unleashed. And his children aren't set for his wrath. We are their strainer. We leave. So please choose Christ. Choose that free gift of salvation. You really are running out of time. Time's a ticking. Let's check out a few more things we got down here. I mean, all the ones I'm finding in here have got some form of weapon on them, of course. Look at this. Here we go. Look at that. They're getting bigger. Isn't that something? The future is now. All right. Anything else? These are Chinese deep robotics company mass producing robot dogs. Look at all these. I'll make it bigger. Look at that. Yikes. Yeah, we're going to be seeing it. All this. Oh, it's crazy. The ones with wheels. That's what's coming. Coming for the future. But yeah, you can check these out. There's so many. Look at this thing. A drone and a robot dog, totally. Elon Musk long ago put prepare for the drone wars or something like that. He posted that. Conjoined twins open up on obsession with relations on anniversary of one of the pair and the other sister's love for bro-in-law. Let's play this. So it's these ladies right here, the sisters, conjoined twins. One of them got married. And of course, you know, I'm sure they're just constantly getting the questions on how all that works. And I think here she is kind of explaining some of it. So let's do this.
Oh, so if one of us is tired, we both don't have to be tired because we have two separate brains. Yes, one of us can be awake and one of us can be asleep because, again, different brains. We are two separate people.
I don't know about the death thing. We're not dead.
We share a bloodstream. So eventually sepsis will kick in, and obviously within hours or days, the other drive. I have the right foot, so I drive.
No, we cannot read each other's minds.
Like I said before, we share a bloodstream, so if we drink or hypothetically get high, we'll both feel it.
We have two different stomachs, so we feel full at two different rates.
Oh, if I close my eyes, I cannot see through her eyes. The amount of times that we've gotten that question.
Common sense is not that common.
True.
Well, I guess they didn't really tackle the big question, but that's okay. They don't have to, but I'm sure a lot of people are constantly wondering about that. Here's a YouTube channel that just started ever since the meteor alien thing 5 days ago. So yeah, they just opened this channel 5 days ago. It's called Atuan. And they've been posting videos. And this one's from 1 day ago. No, but see, that's this. They're calling it Las Vegas alien footage, this new one. And that's not, that's an old video right there. So all right. Anyway, doesn't matter. Just something I was watching. Looks like he's not really staying up to date. We're being honest. Maybe that's why that channel got created. It's going to put a bunch of crap in there mixed in with the actual meteor creature. I do like when he does this. ABC reporter gets roasted like no other reporter has ever been roasted. Check this out.
The reason I'm winning is because you're guilty, John. You're guilty. ABC is a terrible network, a very unfair network, and you should be ashamed of yourself. NBC is equally bad. I don't know who's worse. I think they're equally bad. And, you know, for you to stand there and act so innocent and ask me a question like that. But look, you paid a big price because you were dishonest, John. The reason I won that lawsuit was because you were dishonest. You were proven to be dishonest. And so you can't sit back and just say, oh, well, what do you think? You know, like you're some wonderful person. You're not a wonderful person. Frankly, you're a terrible reporter. You know it, and so do I. Okay, the reason I'm winning is because...
So there's that. Sometimes, like I said, those are pretty fun, I think. Let's see. Man appears to control nature with a flute. You guys remember, well, there's the walking trees. You've seen that here on the show. And then I've shown clips where people are talking to the trees and asking them to touch them, and they seem to. Apparently, they seem to. So this fella is saying that he can, or I guess the claim is this guy's controlling nature with a flute. Let's see.
Music and frequency is so powerful, it affects everything around you. Watch this. I'm not sure what he's saying,
But what he's about to demonstrate is insane. Frequencies in music are very powerful. Watch these trees. Watch how they're moving right now. Watch. Soon as he started playing, they froze. He might be playing at a frequency that like is a calming effect upon things that which hears it. I don't know about you, but I feel a lot more relaxed.
Meanwhile, Chubbs is eating my plant.
There is a lot of power behind music and frequencies, y'all. Stay weird.
Cool, man. Cool. Love that stuff with the trees. Mystery of the trees. According to multiple reports, Netanyahu offered Kirk's TPUSA $150 million in cash to adopt an even more ardently pro-Israel stance. Kirk refused the money, is the claim. This was on his own story today. Oh, this is from the guy that's the caretaker of the meteor creature. And it says this was on his story today from the 15th. And it says, in English, it translates to, they're forcing me to say that everything is fake. So there's that. So can't verify, but maybe. Right? Maybe. And which actually brings us to our very last clip, which is really just Trump announcing he's signing an order for a DC-style crime crackdown in Memphis. So they're going to Memphis next. So that's actually the end. And we still got over 900 awesome, cool, interesting, critically thinking individuals here. You guys are amazing. Really much love to you all. Appreciate you sharing your precious time with me and those that watch later. Tamara, thanks again. And all of y'all, just thanks. It's really a pleasure to have you here. Rumble Wells, Subscribe Star family, all who support the videos and shows in whichever way. And please do support the videos and shows. Appreciate it. Need it. Now, what I like to do at the end of every show, let me see, I just realized too, we just did a 5-hour show, didn't we? Whoa. Well, thanks again, man, for hanging with me. 5-hour show, man. Love it. We haven't had one of those in a while. It's so good to have you. At the end of the shows, though, I always like to do this. It's my obligation, which I'm more than happy to do. You know, got to give some credit to our Heavenly Father, to Jesus, the fact that I even have these platforms, the fact I've got you amazing people here, that I've been able to stay in this for so many years, regardless of what's happened. And there's been so many things that's happened. Broke some bones, had some heart attacks, you know, things like this. And more, right? But really, it's just been a heck of a ride. But thank you all so much for being with me, whether you've been around forever or recently. I really appreciate you. But the most important thing I can tell you about, man, beyond all my shows and videos, is about Jesus, and most importantly about salvation and understanding it's a free gift. And all of us are sinners. All of us need to be cleansed. We need to be redeemed. The only way to heaven is through Jesus, through the Son, to the Father. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. It's not a religious thing. You don't got to become religious or whatever, man. No, it's just a relationship with the Creator of all things, including you, who loves you so much. We're His children. Imagine how much you love your kids. Imagine the Creator. Totally other, level, man. It's like totally loves us. Wants you, and He gave us free will out of love, man. It's like you get to choose. He's not forcing you. We're not a bunch of robots. But man, the choice is really dire. It's where you're going to spend the rest of eternity, because this life is just a vapor. We're at the doorstep of tribulation. I've been showing it for a long time. Other people have been showing it, talking about it. And it's real. That's what time it is. And it really is time to make that decision if you haven't chosen Jesus yet. Just confess with your mouth. His story is true. Believe in your heart. Well, confess with your mouth. You need to be saved. You're a sinner. Just please save me, Jesus. Believe in your heart. His story is true. He came here, the Creator in the flesh, as Jesus, lived a perfect life, died a brutal death, was buried, resurrected, ascended to heaven, and he's coming back in the clouds for his bride, which is us. So please do choose him, man. His precious blood covers all your sins, past, present, and future. Your soul is sealed till your day of redemption. We'll all be together forever in just awesome and bliss and cool and with the Father of all, the creator of all things, the King of the universe, the Most High. Love it. You know how awesome this is going to be? So please choose wisely. For the wages of sin is death, but the free gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord. Jesus said to him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. For I am not ashamed of the gospel, for it is the power of God for salvation to everyone who believes, to the Jew first and also to the Greek. But to all who did receive him, who believed in his name, he gave the right to become children of God, who were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. Love it. So, okay, that's it, my friend. Please choose wisely. I hope you do. Let me say a prayer, too. Heavenly Father, just thank you so much for these get-togethers, for giving us a place to all meet up like this. Thanks for all these wonderful souls that hang out there, these friends, this family. It's beautiful. So thank you. Again, thanks for the platforms. And just thanks for being with us in these crazy times. Thanks for that peace that you provide. I always hope and pray these shows can plant some seeds and you can help them grow in the people. And even for all the people we see on this show that really need you, you know, the furries and everybody else who's really caught up in the system and lost, you know, I pray for them too, that everybody gets a chance to know you, you know, on a real level, and you make a move in their life, and whichever way you choose. But there's so many lost we see, you know, so just praying for them, and just all the people suffering, you know. Of course, the world's going crazy, and especially the ones that don't know you. There's so many that just are lost, and there's so many fake options out here in this world. So I just pray you help all these people who are totally lost, help all the slaves of the system, and help to really open their eyes. And at the same time, help us that know you, your children here, to really be a light for you and to shine and to help in whichever way, you know, you want us to. Just give us that discernment, that guidance, and just thank you so much. I know you will. Thank you, Father. We love you. And in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right, y'all. Let me jump back over here to chat with y'all for a second. And let's do that. There we go. Somebody was asking what I'm going to do this Friday. I may do a call-in show this Friday, a Where Is Your Mind? So I'll let you guys know later on this week. I'll post that up. I'm not sure. I may do 2 shows this week. Like I said, I'd like to do a show just talking about all the supernatural experiences. It'll be like a video diary for me. I need to find a place to put it all together. I can't just always trust my memory on these things. I need to put it all down, you know. And I will, and I think it'll be a cool show. Thanks again, Tamara. Hey, Ryan MC, that was very cool. Oh, I saw that earlier. Sorry, that was from way back. So I'm just now getting caught up. Let me get caught up to the beginning. TDSL, Takalata, Mayor, David, Justin Bundy, Stacy, Living Upright, Kathleen, Jolanta, Lorraine, Jenny G. Pleasure to have you all here. Living Upright, Worm, Christy. Excuse me. Thanks, y'all. Hey, Kava, you're welcome. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks again. Check out my new video if you guys haven't. Please do. And you're welcome for the marathon show. Scotsman says, I found out one of my best friends passed away this week. Talked to him 3 weeks ago, and he seemed fine. What little info I got was that he had stomach cancer. Oh, boy. Sorry. Says, I bet I know why. Yeah, that's how I felt when Jeff C. passed, even though, you know, I'd never met him in real life, but it happened so quickly. It was crazy. Michael Wilson, nice to see you, man. Jajanu, 84. Stephanie, General, K. Jones, Estoltz, Gina MH. Thanks again, you guys. Yeah, check out the new video if you haven't seen it. What else? Yeah, so Monday, uncensored show on Rumble on my KJ Osborne channel, 2 p.m. Central Standard. Please do come check it out, hang out with us. We've got great crowds there. It's never as big as this one, of course. It's on Rumble, plus it's, you know, it's a totally different platform. But still, we get, you know, several hundred people every show. It's always a tight crew. So come on in. We always have people there chatting. Got a great chat. Many of the same people here today will be there, and then more, right? So, and it's very informative. What else? So then Friday I'll post a show for Friday and maybe one for Thursday. I'm not sure. I may do it's like have a real crazy weekend and do a few shows. I'm not sure what I'll do yet, but I'll figure it out. Okay, I'll let you know. And please do support the videos and shows. There's links below. I do need the support, so thank you. And that's it, man. Love you guys. I really appreciate it. You guys have a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you here in just a couple days. See you over on Rumble. Don't forget. And then we'll go from there. And then later this week, we'll do some more over here on YouTube. Cool? Thanks, Mir. Thanks, Taka. Yeah, I am doing better. I'm on medication now, which I didn't want to do at first. But anyway, the Lord led me, I believe. So I went. I'm glad I did. Now I'm on some meds. Know for sure it wasn't heart-related, which was really important. And I'll be okay. So, but still, thanks for your prayers. Really appreciate it. All right, you guys. Much love to you, for real. Y'all have a great weekend, and I'll see you in a couple days. Thanks.